Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining the regular meeting of the August 13th, 2024 Dearborn Heights City Council meeting. The regular City Council meeting is called to order today at 6:01 p.m. Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, can you please take roll call?
Yes. Hassan Ahmad.
Present.
Moby June.
Present.
Nancy Breyer.
Here.
Robert Constant.
Present.
Denise Malinowski Maxwell is absent. Hassan Saab.
Present.
And Tom Wenzel.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. We have our Honorable Treasurer with us who's going to lead us once again.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Madam Treasurer. All right. Next up, we have a presentation from Police Chief Swope from the Police Department budget presentation. But before we start, I want you guys to know that I've already went through this presentation. I asked you guys to just hold your questions to the council members to the end. This is actually a great presentation. Chief Swope does a phenomenal job at explaining where there's going to be some extra resources for funding. And I said, you know, this is something that you really need to present to the entire council within your first, his first couple of weeks here in the police department. He's going to be bringing this forward, and I love the, initial initiatives that he's bringing forward. Thanks. Go ahead, Chief. I'm going to shut the lights off, or I'm joking. I'm joking.
Should be good. I'll try and make it quick. It'll just take a second, I guess. I've never used this thing on here.
We're waiting. Take your time.
I heard everyone wants to stay till 11 tonight, so I figured I'd just be up here.
That's fine. I can pick up my kids at 11 in Dearborn. That's fine. I'm 10:45 to my cutoff. There we go. Let's do it.
Okay. He's coming.
Yeah, he's right.
Looks like we're good. All right, so I guess
Still a red on the piece? Is it?
it's
color
white.
red?
It's white.
Press it one more time, please.
Here he comes.
All right, here we go.
Oh, good job.
We're
in business.
here to figure it out.
It's gotta push the button right now.
All right, here we go. All right, so I just want to talk about, our budget and how it's sort of going at the beginning of this year. It's a good thing to do, to look at your budget the first month of the year and see where you're at and see what way you're going to trend. Also, obviously, we, the police department would like to get a couple positions in regards to some civilian positions that are very critical for our staffing and for our operations at the police department. So there's a lot of writing on, writing on these slides, but I'm going to go through them. Won't talk about everything on here, but for the most part, but when we leave here, everyone should have a good picture on what's going on. So that wasn't quite right, but our staffing here, just talk about how many, one question always is, how many people do we actually have here in the Dearborn Heights Police Department? So this is what we currently have. So, if you look at the total bodies, in our police department, including part-time and full-time, we have 119.5 people. So that includes, administration, captain, lieutenant, sergeant, officers, dispatch, full-time civilians, and also other civilians, which is, pretty much part-time staff like cadets and whatnot, crossing guards. All right, we're just going to go with this. All right, so I just want to talk about the police services real quick that we're going to offer, going forward. I know a lot of people, have some questions about what my philosophy is and whatnot, but I just want to talk about this just briefly. So one of the first things we're going to do is organize the police department into, not the department, but the city into districts, 4 districts. Currently, we have 7 districts, I think, and it's just too big. So we need to separate those things into 4 so we can truly see what type of crime and whatnot that we have in a city and how we're going to tackle it. It's easier to tackle it if we're looking at less districts. Our detective bureau, we're going to look to create teams of people in each district, which will include detective sergeants, detectives, traffic officers, which I know everyone in the community truly wants, and also community police officers, which is very important for our police department and our city to move forward. We want to provide school resource officers to all our school districts. Improve our community policing strategy. We've been out in the community more now. You can sit there, Mariana. More than ever, we've been involved in community events, and we're going to continue to do so. We're looking to continue our partnerships with the task forces that we're involved in, Stolen Vehicle Task Force and the DEA. And then we're also looking to join special operations team for our tactical and our crisis negotiations, and to be more in line with the fire department here, who's already a member of that same task force. And then we also, one of the things I'd like to do is bring a co-response team of a mental health professional and also a substance use disorder professional to actually work in-house at the police department, and then also respond to certain runs with our officers to make sure that our citizens are receiving the best care and the best treatment that they possibly could have, including follow-up care. And I think that's a big deal. There's grants out there to pay for stuff like that, so hopefully we can grab one of those and make that program happen. So one of the very important thing to us right now is this, the FOIA coordinator and the crime analyst. It's critical that we're able to complete these functions with staff other than sworn police officers, so we can, fiscally be responsible and provide services to the city with the appropriate personnel. Right now, we have people doing FOIAs. Currently, there's a team of like 6 of us, 7 maybe, doing FOIAs in the police department, including the chief of police, in several personnel from our records department, a lieutenant, an attorney, I think even another attorney, and this can be done by one person, which has, been done by one person for the past year. So just to go over some of my notes here, a properly trained FOIA and crime analyst, it's a force multiplier. And what that means is, a properly trained, let's use FOIA coordinator, for example, a properly trained FOIA coordinator who knows the laws. They have less questions. They understand how to redact. They know what information can be released and can't be released. When you talk about personnel who can do the job because they're sitting in a certain seat, it doesn't go well, right? Because you need more people to do that. So therefore, we're using officers, civilians, lieutenants, just to complete a task that one person can complete. The FOIA, these 2 positions that we're asking for, they're both exempt positions. So therefore, they get a salary and they don't get overtime. So, the costs are sort of fixed so that they don't get anything extra. They're exempt from those benefits. They are civil service positions. The former people sitting in those spots went through the civil service process. The civil service commissioners here in Dearborn Heights can attest the fact that the process, was done. It was done right, and those people were awarded the positions based on current local, state, and federal laws. The couple Dearborn, I think one Dearborn Heights union, received benefits from the creation of these 2 positions, and those benefits included going from clerk 2s to clerk 3s, and also the other benefit was I think they got a superintendent somewhere. So we're going to have to confirm that, but there were benefits from that. And then the FOIA coordinator and crime analyst position allows for sworn police officers to be deployed appropriately. So the budget impact, and I think this is, what we're here about, right? Because it all comes down to numbers and being responsible. So each position would be budgeted for a salary of $66,300, and that's exempt from overtime. The person who's responsible for those now, the main person, his salary alone is $121,247 before payouts and overtime. So therefore, we can pretty much, for that one salary, we got two people that can do two separate jobs that are critical for the police department. Currently, the police department has no one assigned to crime analyst duties, but we are going to assign someone there. It's critical, and our residents deserve to know exactly, where crime is, and we have to be transparent and let everyone know what's going on in the city. And a police officer before overtime is budgeted at $87,723. So we're talking about where we're going to get the money, right? So when we do give assign school resource officers to schools, we do get a reimbursement of 50%. Council approved those contracts a few months ago, and currently we have 3 officers assigned to schools, and that reimbursement, if we keep 3, is $157,903 that we get back from the schools throughout the year. But when I said, these civilian positions are a force multiplier, meaning we need more officers to complete these tasks than we do civilians. Just because we're not trained in these things. I would be able to not only staff school resource officers, but add 2 school resource officers. And the reimbursement then would be $263,172. So when we talk about, the couple things that we've been asked, bring the positions back, and we did, and then also how we gonna fund it, and, that funds it. Right, $263,000 right there. That's a lot of money to get back. And there's other things that we're doing to make sure that we're being fiscally responsible and recapturing costs for the police department, for the city, and for the citizens. So when we talk about having our officers fill these spots, these 2 spots in particular, there's a trickle-down effect. Which increase overtime costs for the entire department, because when a lieutenant has to do a job that is not necessarily assigned to him, a sergeant has to do his job, and if a sergeant is doing the lieutenant's job, an officer has to do the sergeant's job. So there's a trickle-down effect. So all of a sudden we have all these administrative tasks, and we're spreading the work out, and we have to move people from patrol to do these duties. And then all of a sudden we have to call other people in to work patrol. So there's a lot of overtime costs here that trickle down, and they could be huge. And then, another thing with crime analysts, and people don't think about this, but, crime analysts basically, he would tell us where to go, what to do, and how to get some of these complaints taken care of efficiently. A lot of when I got here, our patrols were random. Right, so random patrols, create random results, right? So I might go out there all day long just randomly, and I can't find anything because I have to guess where crime might be. But with the crime analyst, they look at everything. They look at crime trends. They look at, where the crime is occurring, where he thinks it, or where he's going to not even think, where he's going to predict that it's going to occur based on prior data, what days, times, and we can put our officers there, right? And when we put our officers there, they're not driving around burning fuel. Right, they're not, out on patrol. They're not going to create any type of proactive activities. So therefore, we lessen costs on overtime and fuel and materials and wear on cars by knowing where we should be going. So another thing that I would like to do is these excessive costs, reduce those, and then we can move some of those monies into spots for like salaries, so we can hire more people, like dispatchers and more cadets and whatnot. So I want to talk about the importance of FOIA and why we are basically, I'm not going to say the word begging, but pleading that we get these spots back. It's a highly litigious, task, right? I think everyone in this room, probably most people in this room, we know how much information is sought after from not only citizens, but, elected officials and the media and Sue over here. Everyone wants information. It's very important that we give out the correct information, right? Because if we give out personal information and we shouldn't, that's a lawsuit, right? If we don't get his FOIA done on time, that's a lawsuit. And I know, no one's really afraid of lawsuits until you get sued and you actually have to pay the money, and then it's just not good, especially if it adds up. The city doesn't want to pay these things. All right. So anyways, we also, it's very important to have transparency. We have to weigh, what the right to know versus the right to privacy and disclosure or non-disclosure. We have to be timely. The workload. Our personnel inside our records department is, they're overworked. They have a lot of things to do. If we want great services in our police department, we have to start providing those services and doing them right. So, we need to start, like scanning things into police reports. So when we do FOIAs, we just hit a button and we just print out everything together. Like right now, everything's in paper files, so it's not good. There's a lot of different things in regards to FOIA where a FOIA coordinator, they're trained in, redacting things and also, different video systems. They have to be able to, understand what things in a police report can be released, what can't be released. They have to understand the rights of victims. What can you show at a domestic violence scene, right? If you go inside, if there's a video at a domestic violence scene and there's pictures on the wall, can you release the pictures, the faces of pictures of people on the wall? Right, this stuff, people need to know this, right, before they can just start filling FOIA. So it's a big deal. And then we talk about the crime analysis position. This here is basically, community policing and officer safety, right? So it tracks, and the position tracks increases and decreases to crime, right? The crime analyst provides reports and whatnot to officers about repeat offenders, parolees that they could possibly run up on and be assaulted. But they get information beforehand saying, hey, this is a guy that's in this area all the time, and this is what he does, and this is what he's been arrested for, this is what he's on parole for. These types of reports are given to our officers. Crime pattern reports. Let's say on Rosemary, there's a bunch of LFAs, and the report says, hey, there's 3 juveniles wearing yellow shirts that cruise around, the area of Rosemary, breaking into cars, right? So we send people there, and we totally eliminate crime in that area, right, based off of these reports. Crimes and incidents of interest reports, right? So we give those out to not only officers, but to citizens, saying, hey, this happened. Just be aware, this guy might be coming to your house pretending to be a utility worker. Don't let him in, right? All these things historically, in police departments who have, this position, they come from this particular person, and it's so beneficial for our residents and our officers. And one of the biggest things for officer safety purposes would be like an offender workup report. There's a lot of times where if we do like a raid, or if we prepare to go look for someone who, is involved in some type of crime, we do an entire workup. Not only like what have they done in their past, but, what's their mother's name? Where does the mother live? Where's the brother live? All this type of stuff. So our officers are aware if they go to these other locations that they might run across this offender who may cause harm to them. And then we also use the crime analysts to provide, citizens and groups some crime data, right? So I'm just asking that, we're able to staff these positions in the future, so that way we can get some of this stuff done. Yeah,
If I may, I don't know if you're done with your presentation or not.
yeah, I was just gonna go over a couple budget things, but.
Okay, then go through them.
Yeah, I'm almost done. So I just want to talk about the July 2024 budget, so we know where we're at, right? So, our overtime budget is $914,000, right? In July of 2024, we spent 123 of that, that overtime budget. So 123,000 is gone already. So our OT, overtime, is trending at $1.5 million. It's just going to be a lot if we continue to go this way. Dispatch overtime alone was $32,000 in July. We could have hired 5 dispatchers, for that and
Just
paid
in
that
July.
salary. Just in July, $32,000. $14,000 in officer overtime to sit in dispatch. $18,000 to actual dispatchers in overtime, right? So my recommendation is going to be in the future that we move some overtime funds to salaries and then hire dispatchers. And, hiring will obviously reduce overtime costs and fill dispatch contract obligations, and make it, a better atmosphere for our dispatchers. And then just for our overtime for our shift workers, our officers, that was at $29,000 this in July. So it's a lot. It's a lot of money. So we're looking to find ways to get money back, cost recovery and grants. In July alone, we currently have $95,000 that we're going to hopefully accept tonight, and another $22,000 in traffic safety grants that we can possibly accept tonight. That'd be over $122,000 just in July of this year. And then cost recovery efforts going forward, we're going to be, we bill for details where we put officers to high schools and whatnot for football games or for parades. When we arrest someone, we charge a service fee on their warrants. Sex offender registry. I think we need to get a towing ordinance here in the city to recover costs for our officers' time and for the administrative functions to facilitate that tow. FOIA discovery fees, and then any other administrative services like fingerprinting and whatnot. So, and then also look for different ways to save money. Like a good one that I'm sort of proud of, is our department. One of our Janet Lucas and Director Vanderplow, they discovered we were spending $800 a month on water, on boxed water. So that's a lot of money. That's like 10 grand a year on water. So what we did is we contacted Culligan, and they came out, and for $70 a month, they put in an ultrafiltration tap where we can fill water to everybody for $70 a month rather than $10,000 a year. So that's great. And we're going to continue to do those things so we can be cost effective and have programs for our citizens. Sorry, that was a lot, but I'm done.
No, thank you, thank you. Chief, a couple of questions. I kind of just want you to go through, like when me and you spoke on the, how you have 5 resource officers. We've already budgeted for these 5 officers. However, we're gonna get paid $267,000 from these 5 officers. So technically, we're saving $267,000 over these 3 officers, and that's where you're finding the way of being able to fund these different positions.
Yeah.
I just want you to kind of really go back over that and just,
Okay.
so that for the public, and quick, it doesn't have to be
Yeah.
a quick
Okay.
10-minute thing, but just explain that once again.
Yeah, so the school district reimburses us 50% for each officer. So right now, we currently have 3 officers that the school's going to give us money back for, right, throughout the year. The key to this is having these civilian positions, because then we wouldn't have to have officers, doing those tasks. But with that force multiplier, right, with having trained civilians in these spots, what we can do is we're going to add 2 additional school resource officers. So we're going to add 1 to Crestwood, and we're going to add 1 to Crestwood, and then 1 to Star Academy. And then we're going to get reimbursement for all that, which ends up being $267,000. So that money is going to offset some of these costs, not only for these 2 civilian positions, if we're lucky enough to, get a good vote tonight, but we also could, possibly hire another dispatcher or even another officer with that money. So that's how that works. And it's, and a good example of this thing is using civilians to fill spots where officers were formerly, is our jails. We used to pay a lot of money in jail overtime. Our officers used to do the same thing we're doing in dispatch. So dispatch, our officers were in there for about $18,000 in overtime, I think it was. 14, okay. It was the same thing in the jails. But what we did is we hired more cadets, more part-time cadets. So now we have 19 cadets, right? And instead of using officers, we have cadets working all the time. Our overtime for jails went to $0. $0. So we're going to do the same thing with dispatch, is we're going to hopefully hire dispatchers. And then officers will not have to work that overtime. Then officers, if they want to work overtime, we have traffic safety, where our overtime can be worked for traffic safety details. And I know it's very important to our community members that we increase our traffic safety efforts. So it's super important to me that we can take those funds, hire dispatchers, hire the civilians, and then transfer our overtime hours to traffic enforcement so we can make sure our citizens are safe.
Thank you, Chief. Any other questions?
Yes, Councilman Watson and Councilman Ahmad.
A couple of things. One of the biggest blows to our school districts in the last couple of months has been the removal of the school resource officers, and almost to a panic situation. And you were referring to them. Can you give us, Stash, can you give some relief to all the parents of the high school students? What's going on with that right now?
Yeah, so they haven't been removed. They currently are still performing duties of a school resource officer. They've been at, the Westwood Back to School event. They're going to, I think, Elite Sports on Saturday. They're going to Riverside's on next week, I think, midweek. So they're still doing those duties. We just had our youth academy, which is amazing. At the police department, they did a great job doing that. So I met with all the school superintendents, and we had a conversation about, the status of the school resource officers, and I told them, I was honest with them. A lot of that depends on tonight and how tonight goes. And, I can't sit here and tell you that I can have school resource officers in the school if we can't staff our department appropriately. But what I can tell you is I will provide protections for the school by assigning, having our officers periodically check the schools throughout the day when they're not on police runs. But what that's going to do is it's going to affect traffic enforcement, right? Because when we take our guys and say, okay, you're not, enforcing traffic right now because you're going to the schools, which is more of a priority, our children are a top priority, and it won't, then they're not going to be writing, violations in neighborhoods and increasing the safety there. So it's give and take there, unfortunately.
So
but the citizens, the children will be, as safe as we can make them. Either way, there's one way, in my opinion, that's better. The other way is still safe, but it's just not as good for anybody.
Well, definitely won't be as good. A person in the schools,
Yeah.
you can't be dead. Periodic checking.
And they get the same guy every day. I mean, at this Westwood event, kids were running up to our officers, hugging them, right? Not like a hug with one hand. It was straight up like they love this kid. They love these guys, right? They're amazing. They do a terrific job. And if they lose that everyday connection with one officer, it's going to be detrimental.
Regardless of how this vote goes tonight, I think if it doesn't go in favor of maintaining the school resource officer and having them take these other 3 positions, we should do some kind of budget amendment to make sure these school resource officers are there on the first day of school, without a doubt. And that kind of goes without saying. I'm sure everyone here up here in this table is agreeing. And one other quick thing, the overtime, relieving overtime by hiring more people. Have you done a study because when you hire another person, you give them benefits.
That's correct.
So that's just not the pay, the salary costs,
Yeah.
the benefit costs. Have you done an analysis on that and how that is
Yeah, so we have the fringe benefits. So basically with fringe benefits, I look, it's in my briefcase over there, but let's talk about dispatch, right? With fringe benefits, we could hire, one dispatcher cost us I think it was like $6,500, or
Yeah,
something.
you told me that.
Yeah, it was something. That was, that information was given from the former comptroller, but,
How much?
6,500 a month.
yes.
$600.
Yeah, and I know, Cameron's sitting over there, he might have those details on the dispatcher, but yeah, that information is considered, right? Because it costs a lot of money, for, to hire a person with benefits, right? So, but $267,000 in reimbursement is a lot. That's a lot of, dispatch personnel you could hire with that. That's a lot of, civilian positions you can hire with that. I mean, there's a lot of money there to recover.
And the FOIA and crime analyst, they'll be getting benefits, just like every other employee in Dearborn Heights, right, full-time employee?
If they choose,
Yeah.
they'll get benefits as well. Every full-time employee gets fringe benefits.
All right, thank you. Thanks.
Councilman Ahmad.
Thank you, Council Chair. Thank you, Chief, for being here and for the great presentation. I got a few calls about the FOIA coordinator at first, and they said since it's in the traffic division, and there's a lieutenant there or a sergeant, and they've been doing it for so long, so how come now they cannot do it anymore? I mean, we're already paying the lieutenant that much money, so how come they're gonna stop doing those FOIAs?
Okay, so that lieutenant retired a year and a half ago.
Okay.
Yeah, so that lieutenant retired a year and a half ago, and at that time is when, it was decided that a FOIA coordinator needed to do those. Instead of paying the lieutenant, we talk fringe benefits, overtime, and lieutenant salary. I mean, we're probably talking $200,000, right?
No,
So
I understand, so, but
yeah.
do you have another lieutenant or sergeant now running that department, the traffic division?
So it's in the support services section, the records division.
Okay.
So we do have a lieutenant that is there. So this lieutenant is also tasked with background investigations, right? Anything to do with the support services side of the house. He, hiring cadets, and he's in charge of cadets and crossing guards and all these things. And to do a FOIA, you got to sit down and you watch hours and hours and hours of video. So if this lieutenant's watching hours of video, who's doing his work? And we do have, and just to let you know, we do have records department personnel that are in there as well, in the records division. So I'm not going to ignore the fact that they're there. But,
Are they able to
they've
help
been-
anyway?
so everyone's able to help because everyone in our department does, they do a good job, right? But people just aren't trained and they don't have the knowledge or the skills or the abilities to do certain things. Like I couldn't do certain things, right?
Are we able to train any of
Like,
those
for example, we got an
personnel?
email today from a member of, the records department that says, how do we do, I've never done a subpoena. I don't know how to do a subpoena, right? So if that records person's the only one working that day and we have a deadline on a subpoena, how's it gonna get done? I'm gonna do it, right? Maybe, if I can do it.
So are we able to train any of those personnel in the record department to do the FOIA coordinator, or this is gonna take from their task?
FOIA coordinator? No, I mean, we can train people how to do FOIAs. Of course, anyone can be trained, but it's just a matter of being able to do them. Just because you can train them doesn't mean they can do them, right?
So
Just like
that's gonna
drivers,
take them
right?
from
Some
the-
of us can drive, doesn't mean we're a good driver.
So if we train somebody, but we're gonna take that somebody from the task they're supposed to do, correct? So that's why we need one more person.
That's correct, yeah, because we have a lot of tasks, and just like everything else, I'm sure everyone has sort of noticed that there's a lot of things that have been updated since, since I became chief, and I'm going to continue to do that, and one of those things is making sure our records division is more professional, provides better services, and provides records. So they support, right? They're a support service. So our officers need to be supported by them as well. And therefore, they can be out on the street more. If our support services are supporting our officers on paperwork and clerical work, then our officers can be out there writing tickets, making arrests.
Thank you, Chief. Again,
You're
I got a
welcome.
few calls about the crime analysts, and they said, how come the dispatch cannot provide that report? And again, you said it's not just about having a
Yeah.
report, it's about having somebody, a professional, to give you more information about how to, implement traffic enforcement.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and that whole thing is there's many systems that we use. Dispatch, they got 8 computer screens in front of them. I don't think we can fit another one in front of them. There's 8 and they do a great job. I can do that job. So but there's all these different systems they have to go into, and they pivot tables and pulling data from here and just setting up, programs to where it automatically populates. I mean, it's a big deal. People go to, they get major degrees, and Daniel did have a degree. So that's a big deal to be a crime analyst. Yeah, and the DOJ, the cops office, was in town, and we did community policing. The chief of Madison, Wisconsin came in, great guy, nice city, big city, and he was talking about, these are the things you need to do. I think it would work great here, and it would. It really meshed with what we're doing. And he said, but you can't do any of them because you don't have a crime analyst.
Chief, and about the mental health project you were talking about, those personnel you're willing to hire or going to hire, are they officers with background, or are they just civilians?
Yeah, so what that does is you partner with an agency or with a organization, right, like Access or LHCs. Yeah, like anybody, right? Any organization who offers those services. So they truly, they're employee, but they work in our building, right, full-time. So that's where it's nice because we use their organization. We use their organization to get grants. And we would have to, pay part of their salary. But at the end of the day, they would also, and hopefully the grant would pay most of it.
And since Councilman Wenzel mentioned the resource officers, I know one more school reach out, or they're going to reach out to you. Are we able to provide one more officer for that school?
Yeah, so I think that was a conversation that, was had yesterday. So, I mean, we'd have to take a look and see exactly what the situation is there, whether that school is eligible or not eligible for the grant, if they even care, if they need the grant or not. So anything is possible. Our hiring is amazing. We have, 45 budgeted spots. We're at 44. We have 2 people in background, so technically we're going to be at 46. So one person's going to be on a list. And then we're interviewing 6 more next on the 21st. So technically we could be in the 50s, right, if we had the budget for it. And I'll get creative and find a way to make it happen. But with that being said, anything's possible. And I don't think there should be a school in this city that wants a school resource officer that has the ability to, pay for one, right? I don't think they should be without.
Thank you. Thank you.
It was Councilwoman Breyer first, and then Councilman Saab, then we'll go to the Honorable Councilman Constant.
Okay, I'd just like to compliment you on putting this together, and I met 2 of these officers that are resource officers at the giveaway at Westwood over the weekend. And the kids were just coming up and they admired them. They had cute little badges they could give them. And these kids were sitting there talking, telling them everything, and they would be lost if those guys were not there.
Thank you.
And regarding your FOIA officer, the lady that did it for us and did such a bang-up job is available and would love to come back. We really need her. So he may not beg, but I am. We really need this.
Yeah, well, she did over 539 FOIAs and another 340 discoveries and subpoenas. So that was a lot of work in a year.
Thank you. Councilman Saab.
Chief, thanks for
Your mic.
Chief, thanks for the presentation. I have a few questions. So these positions, like you say, they're critical, but so is our dispatches. When do you plan on hiring or to fill the positions of the dispatchers? Because I truly believe that without support of the dispatchers, your police department would not be able to function.
I agree.
Calls coming in.
100%. So the answer to that question is we're budgeted for 9.5 dispatchers. We have 8.5 currently because one just dropped out of training. So we were fully staffed. So with that being said, as I talked during my presentation, is I would like to make a budget amendment from overtime into salary, so we can hire these dispatchers, because it would reduce our overtime costs, and it would also provide better safety for our officers. Obviously, I want to get with the comptroller and the mayor, and I obviously HR director to make sure that's viable. But as soon as I can do that, we already have candidates that have tested. I think we have three candidates. So I mean, we're halfway there, over halfway.
My other question is, since we're fully staffed on lieutenants, correct?
That's-
Are we down one?
No, we're fully staffed.
So, you know, I know lieutenants aren't often on the road. None of our lieutenants are actually on the road, correct?
Correct.
So they are in the back of the support services. What do all three lieutenants do in the department?
So we have a lieutenant in the detective bureau. So he runs the detective bureau. Any investigations, anything a detective bureau would do, he does that, plus he runs the personnel up there. And then our support services lieutenant, we talked about him already. So he's in charge of anything that pretty much isn't wearing a uniform, right?
Okay.
And then our patrol lieutenant, he's in charge of everyone wearing a uniform, right? So what he does all day, he has multiple tasks too, right? So we have things called, I think we talked about this here in front of council before, quality assurance checks, where he watches body camera video to make sure our officers are acting appropriately. He also does internal investigations. He, he does many things. He looks at our lien queries to make sure that people are using our computer systems appropriately. He gives guidance to shifts, all the shifts. So he does a lot of work too. He has a lot of tasks.
So the support services lieutenant, I would say, oversees everything internal.
In the station, pretty much?
Yeah.
Yeah, if that's what you're saying, yeah.
So I got a follow-up question on that one. So the amendment, it came from the mayor's office. Why didn't it come from the police department directly?
Well, I think I called one day and said, "Are you putting those on?" And they said yes. So,
So was that a request from the police department, or is this request coming from the mayor's office?
well, I would say it's a request for both. I work for the mayor, and I asked the mayor to put the positions in. So I don't know how to answer that. I guess whoever it came from is who it came from.
Okay. My other question was to you, Chief, that we're planning hopefully hiring more officers, 46, 48, 50. Do we have the support system to support these extra officers? Where I mean with support system is vehicles, which I know we're short on. Stuff
No,
like that.
no, we're not short.
We're not
No,
short on
no,
vehicles?
we're not short on vehicles. We're doing pretty good on vehicles. You guys allowed us to buy 5 last year. I think I don't think we put any in the budget this year because I know there's a budget crunch, and we're doing pretty good on vehicles. We have some Chargers left. We also have, our Explorers. We have, our Tahoes. We were able to get some grants to replace some crashed ones. I think we're pretty good on that, on equipment and stuff.
My last question is, so these resource officers, the 5 resource officers, the extra 2, do you already have contracts in place for the other 2 to get to capture that money back?
So we have Star. So we do have a contract for Star. You guys approved Star, so you approved 4. So the 5th one would be, we already have a contract with Crestwood. So we would need to just update that and say 2 instead of 1. They're going to put 1 in Riverside and 1 in Crestwood, and I think they would both just go to the elementary schools.
Okay.
But the good thing with Crestwood is they pay 50% the first year, but the second and third year, they pay 100% of that second officer.
So that contract would be signed this year though, correct, for this budget?
Yeah, I think we could put it in front of you and hopefully have it, done in a month or so, I'm guessing.
So my last question here was about the budget. We still have not gotten clarity or reliable information from the administration or from the study session we had about the money from the police department or what the budget was actually, the final number of the budget. And I'm not sure if Shannon, you'd have that, or the administration would have it from the study session, because there was nothing given to us that day.
I'm going to have you come up to the mic, please. Thank you, Shannon. Actually, before Shannon, you answer that question, Councilman, can I have Councilman Constant go first?
Sure.
Since the chief is up and it seems like he just shut his laptop.
That was my last question.
Councilman Constant,
Thank
please go
you,
ahead.
Chief. Thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome.
Would you say that the requests, the FOIA requests and the discovery requests with the body cameras, with everything else, have more than doubled?
Yeah, they definitely have. There should be large teams of people doing FOIA. So we got body cameras, we got, every time we add a camera, that could be a request, right? So, body cameras, car cameras, station cameras, department cell phones, council cell phones, mayor, like any cell phone, right? So everything sort of runs through the FOIA department. Any technology will run through someone doing FOIA. So yeah, I would say it, with technology, 10 times the amount it used to be.
So it would be more efficient to have just one person designated to do that, as opposed to an officer floating in and out, correct?
Of course, yeah, it would definitely be more efficient, and our liability would be reduced because we're being consistent and we're doing things according to law. And if you're consistent, that's always a good thing. I'm sure you know as an attorney.
And we get a discount on our insurance with MMRMA for the body cameras? Is that the grant that you showed on the budget?
Yeah, so I guess,
We can speak on that when that comes up, Councilman.
okay, yeah.
That's fine,
Yeah, let's speak on that one, because that's one of the agenda items today.
that's fine.
That's all right,
Thank you.
Chief.
Okay, good.
Go ahead, Shannon.
Yeah, so you're.
Chief?
Don't go far. The question about the money that was taken, I don't want to speak for Michelle, but I believe she explained that there wasn't any money like missing. We do have an amendment for the dispatchers that we spoke about on the agenda tonight, because we had budgeted for 8, but there were actually 9.5, and that's on the amendment for tonight. But any other discrepancies within the police department, I'm not aware of any.
Microphone.
There was a difference in the sergeants that we had, lieutenant's position and actual police officers on the force. The budget, it was never changed. And we said we would have another study session on it, because the numbers we were given the day of the budget meeting were not the actual numbers that were finalized.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to have another study session about that, that's obviously okay.
But information that was supposed to be provided to us, they said that they would send that over to us.
What information are you looking for?
But what we had budgeted for, and what we actually, manpower we actually had in the department based on numbers, we were off. And that was supposed to be corrected.
That was discussed at the study session?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll get that for you then.
Okay. All righty.
All right.
Thank you.
Councilman, last one, and
Yeah,
then we're gonna wrap this
well, I've
up.
only spoke for less than 1 minute. I'm kind of keeping track here, how long am I speaking?
Are you?
I've gone for 53 seconds. Now it's over a minute now. Really briefly, Chief, because this is really important. You were short one administrative position, real quick answers. What position is that, is it budgeted for?
What is it budgeted for?
No, what is the position?
Director is my old position,
So that the position is what?
Director of Police Operations.
Okay, it's not deputy chief.
No,
Okay, so we're not gonna have a deputy chief?
there's not one budgeted.
Okay, and it is budgeted for?
No,
No, it's not budgeted.
No.
That position is not budgeted for, the one we're short?
all right. Who's on first? So we have a Director of Police Operations budgeted for.
Okay.
There is not a Deputy Chief position budgeted for,
The
nor.
missing position is director
Correct.
of
Yes, sir.
operations.
And that would be a union job, correct?
No,
No?
no, I wasn't in the union.
No, that's, I'm saying within it's that position has come within the department, right?
Oh, Act 78, yeah, yeah.
Well,
I think that was agreed upon in the contract, so, yeah.
I'll wait this quick. I mean, a deputy chief is like every police department in the world has one, right? Basically, I don't know. It seems like
Sure.
we should have one. But anyway, the cadet program, have you looked into the apprenticeship program for police officers at all? I've done some research on it. It's very, very interesting. Maybe you can look into it. I can give you some information where I got it from. It's totally different from the cadets, where they're actually paid as they're working through. It's like a 3-year apprenticeship program. And you can start them even at young ages in high school. You know, it's really interesting. I seen a program on it, and then I did some research on it. It's really, really very interesting.
Yeah, we could talk about that.
Yeah. What about if the fire coordinator gets overwhelmed and they have to work overtime?
Then they do it for their salary.
They don't get any overtime pay at all?
No,
All right, thanks.
you're welcome.
All right, guys. Thank you, Chief.
Thanks, Council Chair.
Anytime. Thank you, Councilman. I appreciate you thanking me.
Next up, we have agenda approval.
Council Chair.
Councilman Saab.
I move that Dearborn Heights City Council approve the agenda for the regular meeting of August 13th, 2024 as submitted.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Saab, second by Councilman Ahmad. Any
Council
discussion?
Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
I think we should remove item 11A, table it, and have a future closed session when all council people are present.
What is 11A?
It's regarding a personnel issue amongst other things.
It's on the agenda. And what was done earlier this year was inappropriate. We're not in England, and we do not vote for no confidence. It's not used in the U.S. So I find it totally out of order and done with vengeance and disrespect.
Thank you. Councilman, would you like to amend your motion?
No.
Okay.
But Council Chair, I also want to remove an item from the agenda. Or from claims, I'm sorry.
You know, before we do all of that, I'm so sorry. I know this is a little off topic, but I wanted to do it in the beginning. Thank you, Ange, for reminding me. We actually lost a very, very important individual of our community. Her name was Tina Jesus. She was extremely involved in our community, involved with her children. She was diagnosed with, I want to say it was LS or MS, I'm sorry. And she, you know, she was somebody who always supported her children. She went above and beyond for the school district, was very involved with her children and in the schools. Her son was a wrestler for Hera at Crestwood. And you would see her there on her wheelchair. She tried to work out. She tried to get through it. She recently passed away last night from a blood clot while her 12-year-old daughter was helping her get dressed. You know, Tina, somebody that grew up in my family. I knew Tina. She was actually married to my first cousin. And I know that the entire community is still mourning her death. She passed away, I believe, at the age of 38 years old. I am just asking if we can have a moment of silence for her and her family. Thank you. Councilman Saab, I'm sorry about that, and Councilwoman, I'm sorry about that. I know we're talking about agenda item. I wanted to do it in the beginning, but I just had forgotten. Go ahead, Councilman Saab.
I'd like to remove an item from the agenda, item 35.
No, we're not on fund transfer. This is just on the agenda.
So speak on the.
She's speaking on 11A.
Okay.
Yep, on ordinance and
All
resolution.
right, never mind. Sorry.
Councilman Saab, would you like to amend your motion?
No.
Okay. Any other discussions?
Council Chair,
Mayor?
we spoke to our MMRA attorney, and she respectfully advises the council to remove 11A. And if you guys want to go to a closed session, we can go discuss it, you know, talking about personnel plus the litigation that we have in process with that attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Any other discussion?
Council Chair,
Councilman Constant.
I would just add to what Councilman Breyer and the mayor said. It's a very big, important issue. The city has a budget of $50 million a year. We have to have a functioning corporation council. We have to come to some type of agreement on this issue.
You know, since I'm putting forward this resolution, and obviously the mayor and the two council members are opposing to it, I will tell you that the truth is this. I am receiving several phone calls from residents. Why does Roger continue to interrupt the meetings? Roger's a guest in these meetings. The mayor has not put forward any new corporation counsel because he was not reapproved on April 14th. And I've asked, mind you, I don't know if, you know, and I'm sure Roger's not gonna tell the public this, but I picked up the phone and called Roger about 3 weeks ago and said, hey, Roger, I felt like in our closed session, I was a little aggressive, or I may have disrespected you or ignored you. My father didn't raise me to be that way. I called him and I apologized. So this is nothing personal. Roger thanked me. We had a great conversation. Believe it or not, he offers me a drink every time I walk into the council chambers, and I accept it, including today. So I just want to make this clear that this is nothing personal. You know, when our meetings are constantly being, you know, the way they're being ran, and I say, Roger, please, Roger, point of order, Roger, point of order. And, you know, the mayor's just sitting there and not saying, like, you got to let the council meeting go on. As an attorney, you walk into a courtroom, I promise you, Roger's not gonna disrespect the courts. But why does he feel like it's okay to disrespect these chambers? It's gone too far and too much. I don't wanna put this here. I don't wanna do this. Look, at the end of the day, I can tell you how I feel, and some of the council members have told me this. They don't feel that Roger represents the city council. And I've had this conversation with Roger. This is nothing personal. You have a relationship to the administration, and to the mayor, and you want to feel that way, that's okay, but we're not in a courtroom. This is a city council meeting, you are a guest in our meeting, and unless you're being called on to speak, you shouldn't be keep speaking, council chair, like, I don't want to disrespect you. I swear, this is me saying, I don't want to disrespect my elders. I promise you that's what my whole purpose of this is. I don't want to keep saying, Roger, no. I shouldn't have to continue to say that to you, but it has to be a line of respect. I have to draw the line where you're saying, you gotta stop. And so, at the end of the day, this is a democracy. If MMRMA said this to the mayor, you should have sent the email, Mayor. You should have sent the email when you first heard that from MMRMA. You should have waited till you came to the council chamber, because or just like you have said in the past, reach out to us, call us, I have an open communication. Guess what? Every phone call the mayor's called me, I've answered and taken. Every meeting request I've taken. You could have called me and said, hey, MMRMA said head 1, 2, and 3. Instead, you're coming to the council meeting at the 4th and 1, and you want to say, well, I got this letter from our MMRMA attorney.
Council Chair, I said I spoke with her right before the meeting, so I spoke with her right before we got into this meeting.
Nice.
So I didn't get anything in email. It was a discussion I had on the phone with her.
So I want to make this clear, that the amount of disrespect that has come from Roger is only being allowed because, Mayor, you allow it to happen. You, as the mayor, you should say, you should not be doing this. You should be guiding your appointee and saying, hey, please, you shouldn't be doing this inside these council chambers. Because I don't want to disrespect Roger. I don't want to be telling him, Roger, please, point of order. Roger, please, point of order. Roger, please, point of order. So, I mean, if you don't believe, and I can tell you right now, some of the council members here feel the same, but forget about that. I'm not even saying that's the case. Every meeting I get out of this meeting, I start my day on Wednesday with a phone call from different residents that say, how is this still happening? How are you guys allowing this to continue to happen? I said, I'm not allowing this. The administration is not putting a stop to it.
Council Chair, may I address?
Sure, Roger, go ahead.
Yeah, under the charter in section D, it says that the Corporation Council has a right to speak on all legal matters affecting the city.
Called on by...
If you, I didn't cut you off, I wouldn't disrespect you now. I'm trying to say that we had a good conversation, and I think what I feel is that I'm interrupted and not allowed to do my fiduciary duty. When you say you're the appointee of the mayor, I was voted on by the council, and I'm for the city, not for one particular individual. And yes, we did notify, we did send an opinion letter from Don Denault about the issue, about the position of Corporation Council. We sent it to MMRMA. MMRA also said yesterday, 2 weeks ago, that they're told that the injunction that's in place by Mr. Saab is saying that he will not follow it. He will not honor it. And that's the concern that I have, and I'm trying to raise issues throughout the meetings. I don't mean to interrupt you, but sometimes you do cut off me finishing a sentence or giving me a chance to speak according to the charter on legal matters. If it's rude in any way, then I apologize to you. I would never disrespect you willingly. But if I'm prevented from doing my job, then I have to assert and make myself known. I try to do it in a manner that's respectful to you, and I try to do it in a way that does not interrupt you if I can. But I think it's a two-way street in communication. And I think that how I'm trying to let you know that MMRMA, yes, they've notified you. They've notified, I think the council has said that only Gary Miyake will talk to them on the current case. And they're saying, no, you will jeopardize your coverage if you don't speak to MMRMA lawyers, if you have someone intervening in the process. I've tried to let you know that. That all goes down to...
Roger, let me ask you a question, if you don't mind. If you don't mind.
See, but I...
Okay, I just want to ask you...
Go ahead.
Somebody's mic is on. I want to ask you a question. When you say that you represent the city as a whole, including the council, when and I don't want to get into the rims of things, but when the whole injunction happened with the city and everything that happened with the police department, there was a stipulation put in there, and there was an injunction that happened without the settlement of this council. When the charter states that the council sets the settlements that happen across the entire city of Dearborn Heights. Did that ever happen?
That was not a settlement, Council Chair.
Did you
That
ever,
was not- no, no,
did you ever
no.
consult the council?
If you're finished, then I can speak.
That's just my
Now,
question.
when you come to a situation where there's decisions, you know how many other decisions go on in all our other cases? I do not come to the council. The charter allows us to come to the charter when it's in a process, at a closed session, when the decision is going to be made for the financing. The legal choices, and I always come and have a closed session with you when there's decisions to be made, when there's money to be distributed or choices to be made legally that affect us towards the end of a case. In the beginning part of a case, as this was, the situation will not be discussed, and it has been discussed with MMRMA lawyers. And the charter does not say that I have to do anything else. I looked at it, we examined it, I answered Ms. Miyake's letters, 18.9, all the situations that was put forward, we addressed it in letters and articulated the legal positions.
Thank you.
Now, what happened when decisions were made to attack the directors and not fund them, or when decisions were made to not pay the payroll that week, when it was threatened that 300 employees would not be paid because we were going to pay the directors Swope, Vanderplow, and Chief Hart, then that's a decision I wasn't consulted with. But the payroll person was crying to HR. I can't stop payroll, but I'm being told to do that. So I think that there's a lot of decisions that have been made that when I step in, I represent the city. I've talked to every member on this council with respect and dignity. And yeah, I bring a drink for you. I don't tell anybody I do that. I wouldn't have told anyone I do that. I do it because you said you liked it when we were in we were in the study session here. Study session here. You said you liked it. All right, so I bring it in before a meeting. I
complimented you on it. Yeah, I complimented you on it. Thank you, Roger.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Council Chair.
Yeah, Councilman Saab.
Just for Roger's false statements that he said that I'm not following the injunction, that's a false statement.
Okay.
And then another thing is, Council Chair, just to echo on your stuff too, I sent an email over to you.
Yeah.
About how Roger acts and what he does and how he talks and how he threatens me, emails and everything else. And I have multiple police reports against Roger. I don't care about the injunction over my safety. And I'll say that over and over. And I've told you, Council Chair, and I'm putting this on you and the rest of the council. Roger is unhinged. I fear for my safety when he's in this room. And I've said that in an email to you.
Council Chair.
Councilman Constantine.
Just in a sentence, I mean, what's the alternative? Then we have no city attorney. And it's not gonna work. We have no city attorney present.
You know that the council as a body unanimously, I'm sorry, not unanimous, but 6-1, did not approve the reappointment. 6-1.
Council Chair.
Council Chair, what number are we on here?
We're still on the approval of the agenda. Mayor, and then I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna make a vote on this agenda. If it's approved, it's not, we'll see it then.
Well, anyway, we made a note, Council Chair, just wanted to go on record, but at the time when we approved for a full-time attorney, because the way it was done before, it was milking the system. We brought in a full-time attorney, and just, again, it's not a 9-to-5 job. It's not like they're not charging by the hour, their salary, Council Chair. So it didn't need a reapproval.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Any other discussions? Go ahead.
I just want to say, I've had a lot of people talk to me, and they do see that he's also being disrespected.
Okay, thank you.
And they say he has done more things for the city than anybody in the past. He's had these special sessions on Wednesday nights, usually at the end of the month, and he brings in people that are talented, have things to say, and there's no charge to the residents. Some of them have gotten legal advice for free. And Roger's doing a bang-up job, and I think you guys are out of order.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
No.
Madam Clerk, please take roll call.
Hassan Saab,
Yes.
Hassan Ahmad,
Yes.
Tom Wenzel,
Yes.
Robert Constant,
No.
Why can't we do this when all 7 people are?
Point of
Nancy
order,
Breyer.
Council
Point of
Chair.
order.
Nancy Breyer,
Roll call here.
This is just
Nancy Breyer.
agenda approval.
It's agenda approval. No. Moby Dun.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-2.
Thank you. Next up, we have the approval of the minutes.
Council Chair,
Councilman Saab.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the minutes of the regular meeting of July 23rd, 2024 as submitted.
Motion made by Councilman Saab, seconded by Councilman Ahmad. Any discussion? All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Approval of the minutes? Okay, Madam Clerk, please take roll call.
Nancy Breyer.
No.
Hassan Ahmad.
Yes.
Robert Constant.
Yes.
Hassan Saab.
Yes.
Tom Wenzel.
Yes.
Moby Dun.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-1.
Next up, minutes of the special meeting of July 29th, 2024.
Council Chair,
Councilman Saab.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the minutes for the special meeting of July 29th, 2024 as submitted.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Saab, seconded by Councilman Constant. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries. Next up, we have public hearings and comments on agenda items only.
Who wants to go first?
Birthday man?
I'll go. You go. We're gonna draw straws, maybe?
I'm going last.
We're gonna have to start drawing straws, guys. Hi,
How you doing?
Rachel LaPointe, Merrick Street, Dearborn Heights. I believe I asked for an extra minute.
Yes, you did?
Yes,
Was
I
it there
did.
public comments or was it here?
I meant both.
Okay.
You didn't ask a clarifying question.
We said public comments.
Technically, that's, both times are public comments.
You're right.
Okay, so I have comments on a lot of things. That's why I need the extra minute. Thank you. We ready to go?
Here in 4 minutes.
I'll go as fast as I can, though. Regarding 8D and essentially C2, but more for D, for the FOIA coordinator position, I absolutely support that. The coordinator that was there when I had a FOIA that I needed from the police department was incredibly fast. She was sending it to me, I believe, 7 o'clock at night on like a Thursday or Friday night. She was on it, so great to work with, and it's absolutely 100% a need as someone who does request FOIAs once in a while from the police department. Regarding 9B, the surveillance cameras in the treasurer's office, that is a waste of taxpayer money. If the cameras are already there, just get everybody the access they need. Let's not spend more money. Regarding 9C, the legal counsel for the treasurer, I believe that should only be paid for by the taxpayers if the legal counsel is needed in her capacity as treasurer. The situation's very confusing, and I absolutely empathize with her. However, if the accusations and the need for a lawyer are because of like accusations against her as an individual, I think that would be better suited not to be paid for by taxpayer funds. Regarding the Safe Streets grant acceptance of the agreement and everything, I could talk about that for far too long, but I think what the public would need to know about that one, please approve it, but everybody needs to understand that no actual changes will be made. That's just to come up with a plan. No stop signs would be put in for it. No paint would be paid for with it. It is to come up with a plan of what we want to do to make things safer. Regarding 11A, the chair, that's petty BS, guys. We're getting sick of everybody acting like middle school girls. And I say that as someone who was once a middle school girl. We didn't want to be doing that drama when we were in middle school. It's not good for anybody, and it's not good for the city. If the attorneys of our insurance firm are telling you, take this off the agenda and have a closed session to discuss it, then you damn well better listen to the attorneys, or you're putting us at risk. And regarding the City Beautiful Commission, I did a little research with the minutes because there's no commission in the ordinances for a City Beautiful Commission, right? And just for a fun fact, and maybe I'll talk about it more later, it was actually founded in 1963 with 3 members, and then later that year updated to 5, and I'm not sure if that's still the current number that should be on there. 12, at some point it got later updated to 12, see? So I didn't have time to go through 60 years of minutes, but reactivating this is probably going to be a lot more complicated than you think, and you should do an ordinance. Thank you.
Next up, please state your name, the city you reside in, the street that you live on.
I need to go out first. I just wanted to tell Zuhair Abdul happy birthday. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I just wanted to
Please state
tell
your
you,
name, the city you reside
Hassan Ayun, I live in Dearborn. Don't want to give my address because, I got a lot of problems. Anyways, Lisa deserves a lawyer. Remember what I told you happened last time? She deserves counsel. What's going on today is you guys want to put cameras inside her place? Go ahead, put cameras. This lady don't steal. Why would you guys sit here and try to put cameras in a place unless somebody is saying they're accusing her of stealing? Am I correct? They did a lie detector test on her. I told you guys about it. Why was it done? She deserves counsel. There's supposed to be an investigation to see how this was, what's it called? And taxpayers' money, because she works for the city, she's entitled to get counsel. Okay? Because it happened on city property. It didn't happen at Lisa's house. It didn't happen somewhere else. It happened in the city. She's entitled to get counsel. So I'm asking you guys to approve that. And then the issue about Roger. I understand you guys have your ways and this and that. You guys hired another corporation counsel, Gary Miyake. Gary Miyake works for you guys. Special counsel. Special counsel. The reason you hired a special counsel is because Roger did not give you a back and forth. He would not say yes and no. I experienced that. I say right here. I'm speaking the truth. I'm not speaking for you and I'm not speaking for anybody. But the city council has to understand. I asked them for 1 minute. I texted them earlier. So, city council, you got to understand something. What's the best for the residents, that's what you guys should do. If you think Roger's not good for the meeting, tell him, hey, 1, 2, 3. No hard feelings. He's a lawyer. He can go work somewhere else. A lawyer can make so much money. Doesn't have to work for over here, but they want to fight you and this and that. This is not a battle. This is about the residents here. If you guys think that he's not doing a great job, then hey, approve the motion. If you think he's doing a good job, deny the motion. Very simple. The back and forth arguing, he doesn't want to answer you. It's very petty. It's frustrating for you guys. I understand. If I was sitting there, nobody wants to answer, and I'll do the same thing. Gary Miyake used to work here over 25 years. He knows the charter by closing his eyes and saying good morning. He wakes up and he's thinking about the charter. He sleeps with his eyes open, knowing the whole charter. So I don't know where you guys are getting this from, that some other company said this and that. You guys were not emailed, right? So if you guys were emailed, you could have made a decision and said, we'll go to a closed session. Is it under litigation? Has he filed a lawsuit against the city? That's my question. No. Then you cannot go into a closed session. Thank you.
Are you speaking as the city treasurer or are you speaking as a resident?
I'm speaking as a city treasurer because I want to clarify some comments that were made, if I may, or do you want me to wait until we get to the agenda items? I can do either or.
You can probably just wait until.
You want me to wait? Okay, because I want to provide clarification on the surveillance cameras, but you have a letter. Thank you.
How you doing, sir? Please state your name, the city you reside in, and the street that you live on.
Ray Muscat, Dearborn Heights, Havelock Street. Good evening, Honorable Council Chair and Council members, Honorable Mayor, Roger Freno, people in the audience. And yes, I've already said happy birthday to one of my best friends ever, Zohair Abdel Haq. That's without, I think, first thing in the morning. But I'm here to speak on 11A also. And as a resident, you say you get phone calls. I still get phone calls, Council Chair. I get many phone calls, and I've resolved some issues on my own since I've been off of council. And I also get phone calls on how petty all of this is, okay? And I'm going to include myself in this. We've all been disrespectful to one another. We get on a subject, You cut people off, you've cut people off, you've cut people off, I've cut people off. I wasn't here with Hassan Saab, so I got to leave him out of here, okay? Bob is so quiet there. He's always tagging me, I need to say something, and I have to tell him to speak up. But we've all done that. So it's not disrespectful, because you don't see it, that you do it yourself. All you got to do is go back to all the videos since you've been counsel and see it yourself. Okay? That would be is it disrespectful? No. And when the attorney is speaking on legal matters, it's not disrespectful. We've got an attorney over here waving his hands at you, giving you direction. Okay? And my thing is where are these bills that you guys are getting charged? What am I getting charged as a citizen? I don't know anything yet. And what's the quid pro quo over this when you try to remove the man? We once, as a council, didn't approve the appointment of our last corporation counsel. He stayed for 8 months till we had an administration change. Okay? The precedent had been set already. So you need to work together, get your rear ends into that room over there, and hash things out like adults. Okay? And I'm very ashamed, and I'm sure that somebody's going to come up behind me and rebuke everything I say. But I also know what things have gone on here when that corporation counsel was here too. So I'm privy to that information.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you.
But I also want to support 9D and E from the CEDD director. Please consider that.
You got it.
Okay, because we really need it.
Thank you, Mr. Muscat.
Gary Miyake, Plainfield Street. I'll be very brief. I am here at the direction of the council chair. That is why I'm here. There's a big difference between what ended up happening back in 2020 and 2021 for various reasons. One of which is I was not paid that entire time that the mayor and council were disputing things. As far as I know, Mr. Farina has continued to be paid and has continued to receive benefits. And while it may seem petty, what I think a lot of people out there need to understand is that the difficulty at this point is that the council rejected the reappointment months ago, and the mayor has advanced nothing to end up making any sort of move toward respecting the council's decision. And that is what the difficulty is at this point. It is a matter of, as I understand it, trying to increase pressure on the mayor to get him to do what he's supposed to do at this point, which is come up with another candidate for the position, or to basically be in a position to convince a majority of the council to approve the reappointment of Mr. Farina. Neither of those things has happened. There's an impasse. So if everyone who's potentially watching this and doesn't understand the dynamics, those are the dynamics, as unfortunate as they may be. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Happy birthday, Zohair.
Thank you. I would rather, spend it with my grandchildren than being here. But I just want to talk about the Treasury office. I worked there for a few months, and I know exactly how things works inside. I think the charter is clear about her position and about her duties. If anything should happen, if there is any money missing or anything happening not right in her office, there should be, if there is an investigation, it should be independent by the state police, not by anybody else. And there shouldn't be any intimidation to her for whatever reason she is. So I suggest whatever is going on in the Treasury office should be handled from outside of the city for transparency and I think for fairness. About the cameras, they should be in her control, not in anybody's control who can watch what's going on inside another elected official. When I was in the Treasury office, believe it or not, I put papers on the two cameras.
Like those right there, because those are covered.
I covered the two cameras because I knew that, they were watching what's going on in the office, and that wasn't fair because she's elected official and she should be in charge of her office. Now, about Mr. Roger, with all my respect for him, the charter is not clear at all if he should continue or not. My suggestion to both of you, the mayor and the city council, one of you should go to circuit court and get the decision on this issue rather than going back and forth about it and everybody think that this way is right and this way is not. And thank you all and have a good night.
Thank you. Happy birthday. Mayor.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
State your name, the city you reside in, the street that you live on.
Margaret King, Mayfair Street, Dearborn Heights. On the agenda is the fiscal year of the Safe Streets and Roads for All. I would like an update, and I would like to know a date when the boots are going to be on the ground. I have been waiting for 2 years now. It's going to be going on 3 years since Joey's death, and you know, kids go back to school. My son goes back Monday, sorry. Monday, yeah, the 26th. So, yeah, Monday the 26th, Dearborn goes back. So, it just hurts me that we're still waiting, and, you know, I was out driving around to different cities, and it's beautiful what other cities can do for their children, and we're still waiting, and a child lost his life.
I have to definitely echo what Mrs. King has stated here. I know Mr. Deeb and the former police chief, we said we were gonna go out, we were gonna put these signs, we're gonna get some flashing lights, we're gonna, you know, we expected all these things, then we heard it was a plan, and then we heard it was a design. I don't know what's going on, but I mean, I think it's really, we need to start treating our schools as if it's a business now, so that maybe we can start really putting our best foot forward for our children. But I won't go through the woodwork on that, but I will reach out to Mr. Deeb again tomorrow. And I'll send you an email or give you a call tomorrow, Mrs. King. Thank you. Any other comments on agenda items only? Hearing none, we're gonna move over to fund transfer, or do we have any on Zoom? I'm sorry.
Yeah, Zoom.
Seeing any on Zoom? Seeing none. Next up, we have fund transfers and current claims.
Council Chair,
Councilman Saab.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the current claims and ACH wire transfers 6-1 through 6-58 as submitted.
Motion made by Councilman Saab. Support. Seconded by Councilman Ahmad. Any discussions?
Council Chair, I'd like to remove item number 35.
Hang on one second, Councilman. How many do you have today?
That's it.
Huh?
That's it.
What number was it?
30, just let me double check. 35. IB Electric.
Okay. Any other items?
Which one is that?
Which one again?
35, he said.
Which one is that?
That's the additional money that, for pole lights that we never authorized.
Any other discussion?
Council Chair.
Councilman number one, so then we'll go to the mayor.
I was looking through these fund transfers. The request to have that company paid that worked on taking the stumps off that retaining wall by the Blue Moon, it's never been brought back to us. Was it?
I thought you guys paid it.
Did we pay
I
that?
was
Yeah.
actually not, I was absent during that meeting.
Yeah, it was paid.
We did pay that?
Yep.
2 months ago.
Was it discussed again, or?
I was not here, I think, I was off that day, right? I remember. I was.
We did.
That was one of my questions, one of my asks.
You were here, Tom.
I was here?
Yeah. Remember they?
$10,000.
Yeah, they took the $1,000 off.
Oh, that's right, they took off the, yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, I think I must have voted no on it. I'm sure I did. I'm sorry, yeah, because I was looking for it last meeting, and I seen it again, it wasn't on this meeting, I said, what happened to it, did it just disappear, but, okay. All right, thank you, sorry.
I think that was early, maybe June.
Yeah.
Any other discussion, Mayor?
Council Chair, I advise that we leave that item and have it go for council approval, IB Electric. Somebody from the city obviously asked them to do the work, and they did the work. and the work was done, and there's been a disciplinary action regarding that, so I really request respectfully for the council to approve that. They did the work, Council Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Council Chair,
One second, it's, I have.
I'm sorry.
Councilman Breyer first.
Essentially, I was going to say the same thing. The gentleman did the work, and it was done by a city employee, whether he was authorized or not. The work was done. The people deserve to be paid.
Thank you. Councilman?
Thank you. I mean, there was a statement made that it was done by a city employee, it was authorized by a city employee. I mean, as a council, I've never received the actual timeline of everything, how it went down. Did you? Have you? Who authorized it at first and then second, work was done, you know, I mean.
Council Chair.
Yeah.
So there was an investigation on the whole thing, and we do have the report. It's in draft. We can make it releasable, and I can send it to the council. But it was a city employee that told them to do the work. Somebody from DPW asked them to do the work, and they did do the work.
That's false.
Council Chair, point of order, please.
Point of order,
So there's a report, and I can send it to the council.
Who did the report?
Our director.
The same person that approved the stuff.
Point of order.
Council Chair, please, point of order.
Point of
You
order.
can't
Point of order.
accuse
I got it.
or
Point of
misleading
order.
information,
Sorry, Mayor, go ahead.
okay? Again, if you guys want the report, I can just make it, make sure that it's actually releasable, take the draft off of it, and I can send it to the council
Thank
first
you.
thing this week.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilman?
Council Chair?
Councilman?
Are you done, Council?
And that was,
Council Chair, please, no names,
well,
please.
Council Chair,
Why not?
since,
People deserve to know.
Hold
I
on,
mean-
Councilman wants to just, the mayor asked you to refrain from saying any
okay,
names.
okay, yeah.
Go ahead, are you done?
Yeah, okay, I'm done, yeah.
Okay. Councilman
Council
Ahmad.
Chair, since the mayor mentioned there's a report, so let's just table this thing.
That's
Get
fine.
the report, review it, and then we can probably put it back on the agenda next time.
Okay.
I mean, we need to see the implementation that the mayor is doing too, so this is not to happen again.
Well, it happened to tree stumps and it's happening again.
I mean, that's what I'm saying, it needs to stop, so let's take it off and let's get the report and let's see exactly the process the mayor is implementing for this not to happen again.
Okay. Mayor, are you gonna be able to send a report and maybe an implementation of how you're no longer gonna do this?
Council Chair?
Yeah.
It's not me doing it, obviously. When we found out it was done without council's approval,
But, you know,
we had launched an investigation on it. We found out what the root cause, and we do have a person right now over there just trying to make sure, look at all the processes in that department. And they were advised that the new director, that we need to review all the companies currently that they're doing business with to make sure that we have every one of them. If they don't have a contract, we need to go out for bid and get a contract. So that's being looked at right now. We have a new director, as you know, I mean, it's not secret. And they're looking at he's looking at everything right now to make sure that every contract that we have is a valid contract. If it's not, then we're gonna go out for a bid to make sure that we have a valid contract. And he's trying to identify, it's gonna take him a little bit of time, he's just got here. And he's finding a lot of things that needed to be done. But I will send you the report from the investigation of the
Thank you, Mayor.
IV lighting.
Any other discussions? All right, motion made by, yes, ma'am. Motion made by Councilman Saab, seconded by Councilman Ahmad. Any other discussion on fund transfers and current claims?
Council Chair, are we going to amend the motion?
Yeah.
With the
Yeah, we already
removal
did.
of-
We amended the motion. So do you want to amend your motion to eliminate?
35.
Not eliminate, just take off.
To remove until,
Sure, you gotta say it, to remove.
To remove item number 35.
I second.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries. Next up, we have reports from the mayor. We have St. Linus Festival Bike and Blade Parade for 2024.
Council Chair,
Councilman Constant.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council grant permission for St. Linus Catholic Church to hold their annual St. Linus Festival Bike and Blade Parade on Friday, September 6, 2024 at 5 p.m. Police Chief Swope and Fire Chief Brogan have approved the route and will provide any services that they may require as outlined in 8A.
Support.
Motion made by Councilman Constant, seconded by Councilman Saab. Any discussion? Just want you guys to know this is a great initiative done by St. Linus. I ask you guys to all go out and support it. It's a place that my nephews and nieces attend school at, and my son has a great time out there. So you guys should really take the family out and just be a part of it. See no other discussion? All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries. Next up, we have city initiative for the North Breach Branch Ecorse Creek Restoration Project.
Council Chair.
Councilman Constant.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council receive, note, and file the notification from Mayor Bazey regarding the city's partnership with city's initiative to develop flood control and habitat restoration designs for the North Branch of Ecorse Creek. The collaboration with the Downriver Community Conference, DCC, and the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence Cities Initiative aims to develop designs for restoring an approximately 1 mile stretch of the North Branch of the Ecorse Creek, NBEC, as outlined in 8B.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Constant, seconded by Councilman Saab. Any discussion?
Council Chair.
Councilman Wenzel.
Thank you. Mayor, what mile of the creek are you referring to?
I think I read from Party.
Council Chair.
It's in the notes.
Yeah, Party to Telegraph is what I saw.
Thank you. I was going to say what the councilwoman just mentioned, and also there's we're actually putting out. There's a timeline. We're working with the DCC. Obviously, this thing here does not just affect Dearborn Heights. There's 7 other communities are affected by the Ecorse Creek, and we have a monthly meeting with the DCC, and so one of the things, just for background information, I've been to 3 conferences with the St. Lawrence Cities Initiatives, and one of the things that we kept talking about is the issues that the flooding with from the Ecorse Creek actually, and not just the effect with the flooding. What's worse is the stuff that's getting into the water and getting into the river and into the lake, and EPA. They actually, not Eagle, but EPA, because EPA goes to does the entire United States. They were very concerned. So one of the companies, Stantec, they were very also concerned. So they came in and they started looking at everybody hates the word studies, all the studies that's been done for the last 60 years or so. So they came up with a few areas that they actually want to work on, just to make sure that they can actually help out with some of the flooding issues. This is in addition to what the Wayne County is doing, and this is in addition to also the retention basin that we're going to do off of Power Street, that we're trying to get funding to the Army Corps of Engineers. So with this, also with the St. Lawrence Cities Initiatives, I'm a board member, also I'm on the board of directors, that we're just trying to see if we can put our city on the map and try to help out with the flooding, not just because, as you know, 3 years ago, we had the flooding, not just from the Ecorse Creek, but also from the Rouge. And so we're going to be looking at both watersheds here in the near future. But right now, we're concentrating on the Ecorse Creek. So they identified a few areas, and I actually talked to DCC today, and there's about $5 million funding that first they wanted to see if Dearborn Heights would accept the money, but we found out that actually DCC, the Downriver Community Conference, they can accept the $5 million if we do get it. Then they can work on these areas here for whatever the St. Lawrence Cities Initiatives recommended. And that's going to help out with, so again, I know that's too much information, but there's a lot of stuff going on in that area, and we're just trying to throw everything at that area, the Ecorse Creek, to make sure that we don't have flooding, or try to minimize the flooding, at least for the time being.
That's a great initiative, Mayor. Thank you for bringing that forward. Yes,
I think off mic someone said between Pardee and Telegraph.
Yeah.
officially. What does, I mean, just one question, what does develop designs for restoring, does that mean?
Well, Council Chair?
Yes, Mayor.
Again, so we were the only city actually that had drones that we put up, from Inkster all the way down to Southfield, going over the Ecorse Creek. So we're the first city that's ever done that, period, on the Ecorse Creek, and probably the history of the Ecorse Creek. And since we've done that study, now that Wayne County wants to do the same, or they take part of ours, and also in addition, they gotta do the rest of whatever wasn't done by Dearborn Heights, the other 6 communities. So with that, they found out we purchased some of the homes that we demolished from FEMA grants. So they're actually looking at the possibility, some of the areas, they're gonna design those areas to make sure that they're gonna be flood mitigation areas, try to bring rain gardens, try to minimize, the water going into the creek. So this is some of the stuff that they're talking about. Try to make like parks in the area, but we need to get more homes in that area and purchase through FEMA and try to make like a big rain garden and maybe a park
You meant
for
to
the
say,
residents.
you want to buy more homes
Through FEMA, yes.
through FEMA, so
Council.
you don't want to have more living homes.
Well, we're actually, we're offering some of the residents in a flood area through FEMA.
Yeah.
Once we get more grants, that we can ask them if they want to sell their homes.
Yeah.
And we actually, city purchase them through FEMA, we demolish them, and that's going to be an area what we can use for rain garden, and again, to minimize flooding.
Thank you.
Of the Eagle Tree.
Council Chair, the creek's a real passionate issue of mine and a lot of residents, obviously. It was my understanding that these lots, these houses that are demolished and they turn into lots can't be developed.
Correct.
They can't put parks on them, or, can we put a rain garden on them?
Council Chair? You can do, actually, that's what they request, to put rain gardens, the special plants to absorb water, to make sure that, that's one of the things that, I know we talked about that back in 2018. I don't know if you remember that. With the initial homes that were purchased before 2018, they were supposed to do that, put rain gardens in those areas. And again, what we want to do is we partnered with the Friends of the Rouge. Now they're interested in the e-course as well. And they want to put a park in the area, so it is acceptable. As long as you don't as long as you don't build homes or any structure that actually can cause more flooding issue. So you can do that.
On the same thing, Mr. Jamal's doing a great job. He got us money when it wasn't approved. He got the state to come across in 2016. Things had been submitted, were taken care of. He's on the docket right now for approximately another 21 homes from 2021. And the thing is that FEMA will pay 90% of this. We only have to pay 10.
I'm going to echo the councilwoman on this. Yeah, Commissioner Jamal is doing a phenomenal job, and we're lucky to have him as our CDBG, whatever it is. There's so many symbols and letters in there. But yeah, he's doing a great job, and this is a good initiative across the board by everybody.
Oh, he's online
Yep. If we get, here he comes.
Hey, Council Chair, one thing, the phrase rain garden was thrown out here several times, and I don't think everybody knows what a rain garden is. A rain garden is, and I myself, as a watershed steward commissioner, we maintain the largest rain gardens in this part of Michigan, except for U of M, Dearborn, they have a big one there. But it's a place where runoff water from storms goes into a designated area. It's dug out, and there are native plants planted there with massive root systems where the water is absorbed into the ground, absorbed by the plants, and through the process of transpiration, which means the plants sweat it, the water goes back into the environment, instead of the water going into the creek during rainstorms. So this helps alleviate the flooding in the area. That's what rain gardens are.
That's great. I appreciate that. I know our clerk is always involved with our rain guard and whenever we're cleaning those up.
Oh, yeah. So are you?
Council Chair?
Yeah, I don't want to.
All these guys, everybody
All
up here
six
is,
of us
everybody.
here and Lynn have done that.
And Councilman,
All 7 of us.
All 7.
And this one here, we're here too.
All right, hearing no other discussion, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the ayes have it. Next up is 8C, crime analysis position.
Council Chair.
Councilman Saab.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council authorize the budget amendment for the crime analysis position at the police department, the amount of $66,300. The change will be reflected in the police salary GL account 101-300-706-000 as outlined 8C.
Second.
Thank you so much. Police Chief, can we have this motion state that it's not to exceed $66,300 without the amendment or the approval of the council as well, so that it's a salary position and no overtime is added?
You guys can amend it. You guys can do that.
Are you okay with that, Chief? Yep. And, Councilman Saab, would you amend your motion to that?
Yes.
I would like it to state
Yes, it's not.
not to exceed
not-
$66,300, and it's a salaried position, and if it were to, and no overtime is included.
Okay.
You would,
Is it the mayor or me?
no, it's you.
No, sir, we're just concurring with you guys.
Yes, I'd like to amend the motion to make it a set salary of $66,300 with no overtime, and if any changes need to be made, have to come through council.
Thank you. Can I get a second on that? Support. Motion made by Councilman Saab, second by Councilman Constant. I'm sorry, by Councilman Ahmad. Forgive me.
Council Chair.
Yep, any discussion?
I'd like to approve this, but with the change that these positions be union positions, contact the TPOAM union and make these two positions that are well needed union positions to give our union employees and their organizations more authority, more power in the city.
Hang on one second, let the councilman finish, please.
That's why I wanted to see if that was an issue with anybody. I think we should look into it and see if the TPOM would be against this or in favor of this.
Great. Chief, you would like to speak on this?
Okay, just to address that fact, Councilman. So our employees in the city, as we all know, they're all valuable, right? So there's different type of employees. There's union employees and there's non-union employees. And we can't treat employees different based on their union status because that's a federal offense. So if you say, I'm only going to give you this job because of the fact that you're union or you're not union, that shouldn't be done. We need to treat our employees fairly and across the board, not discriminate against them if they're a union or not a union employee. Because up until, I think, a recent law change, you could be a union employee and opt out of the union. So we have to really take a look at employees and look at them as not only assets, but people, and say, I'm not going to discriminate against you because of any type of reason, including your union membership.
Council Chair? Sir. A great thing in America is that when you are treated, if you feel you've been treated unfairly, you can, if you're a union member, you can file a grievance. Unforeseen anything like this for these two positions, I'm sure they're going to be treated really fairly, but in the event that they think that if something happens to them, they have no recourse, no one to go to support them.
That's not accurate. So the city of Dearborn Heights has a civil service commission, and these positions are, are civil service commission positions. And just because something hasn't happened doesn't mean it's not going to. You know what I mean? Because there are still recourses for, these employees who are, left without a job. And, there are laws and whatnot that state that people can contest when they are let go, when they are protected by the civil service. So you're right, you're 100% right, but there are protections for them. So we're excited about the fact that they are civil service employees, or they were.
Is there a reason why that was overlooked to have them be in a union position, these jobs? Because they were handled forever by union members.
Yeah, so, the unions were created probably a long time ago, right? So positions adapt and, the needs of the department change, or the needs of the city change. And there are positions where they're union and some aren't. right? We have a lot of non-union employees in our city, right? I know you're pro-union. I've been in a union for my whole life up until now. I'm pro-union. But we just can't treat people differently based on their union status. But I can't answer that question, I guess.
I mean, would you be against them being, these positions being union positions?
I don't think there's a need for them to be union positions. I think there's a cost savings to keep them non-union. I think the city benefits from them not being union employees, because along with the union employees, you get other benefits like, uniform allowance. You get, you get more vacation. You get all these different things. So the city has to be fiscally responsible. The city has to have all types of employees, because we can't just give, the Cadillac package to everybody. Right? I mean, there has to be some consistency, but there also has to be some discretion on who we pay a certain way.
Are there many non-union positions in the police department?
The majority of our 119, I would say, are non-union.
Non-union?
Well, I guess, let's see. I guess they're part-time employees. We have 119.5. So I guess let's start minusing, 20 cadets, 23 crossing guards, that's 46. You got me, you got Director Vanderplow, right? You got the vacant position. You have, there's a lot. There's
the mayor.
There's Detective Bureau service aides. So I would assume, I would have to sit down and really do that, but I would say that it's really close.
Council Chair.
The crossing guard, I mean, yeah, it's close.
Well, obviously, this means a lot to me. Is this something that can be worked out in the future, or is this, if this is approved today, it's dead right there? It's never to be a union position ever again, or is that a contractual thing? I mean, who deals with them in contracts?
So that would be, obviously, the mayor and then the HR director. But they have to want that position in the union as well. But I mean, I think they just saw, the contract just.
They want those two
Right.
positions.
Well, I mean, that's always something that they can work out in the future. But right now, it's just not set up that way. We don't have any more money in the city to make people, union employees.
You also have to keep in mind, one, it has to be contractually in their agreement. And number two, if this was a union position, which I'm all for either position, right? One, like, if it's a union position, then it offers more overtime and offers more of the, it's gonna offer you a lot
Better
more
quality
pay,
of life.
Yeah, and a more quality of life. So like, can we afford to pay the FOIA coordinator now, an extra 30 hours of overtime? So that's where we have to figure out, and that's not my role. That's obviously the mayor and HR and administration and the union. I mean, that's not a decision that I can tell you that I can make. But I agree with you. Like and I asked this question to Police Chief Swope. I said to him, was this offered to a union employee? That was the first question that I asked him. And he said, if it was a union employee, it would be a lot more money than 66,000 or whatever it is he said.
Not necessarily.
Council Chair?
Hang on 1 second, please.
I mean,
There's still, Mrs. Breyer, Councilwoman
Is this,
Breyer.
these two positions, all right, do we have a crime analyst? I don't know if we even do have one. No, I don't think we do.
No, but I will tell you that.
Yeah, we did until
And that
he
was
got
a union
defunded, yes.
position, right?
What's
That
that?
was held by a union member.
No,
No?
no.
Who was doing that?
That was Daniel Eshu. He's a great guy. Did a great job.
Chief Swope, just,
Before you go, hang on.
we did not defund the
Hang on,
department.
guys.
No.
Council Chair?
Hang
All
on,
right,
guys.
let's change, I'll change the words, until the budget was updated to where we couldn't pay them anymore.
Thank you.
So-
Okay. Yeah, hang on 1 second, please. Please, hang on 1 second. Councilwoman Breyer.
Thank you. I believe our latest contract with TPOAM specifies that this is a non-union position. And that should take precedence, if that's correct.
Somebody saying,
Chair, I would just add for Council Wenzel, we are starting our negotiations with the collective bargaining with the patrol officers now, as well as with the command officers. So I would agree with Councilwoman Breyer's comment that she made.
Well, maybe we can look into this. I mean, we need these positions.
Right.
I'd like them to be, unions are the backbone of our country. They got us to where we are today.
Yep.
Otherwise, we'd be working for the man for peanuts, And and people gave their lives for the union. I don't really want, it doesn't necessarily have to be a union position, but, a quality pay. The fact that there's no overtime, that kind of, that messes me a little bit, then they can't work overtime, and is there any other positions in the city that can't work overtime?
There's plenty.
Or your salary?
And so are they. So are they. Yeah. And they really like their jobs. So, there's some of us that work way more than 40 hours. I would say I close to double that some weeks. And, we don't care about, that overtime. So some people just do it because they think they are doing something good for the city and the community and for their own well-being. And, those two individuals are definitely those people, along with myself and some others in this city.
So these positions are already filled?
Well, I mean, according to civil service, they're when you lay off a civil service employee, when the position comes back, those are the first people who get recalled. So I mean, that's just the way it's done. So yeah, just like if we lay off police officers, if I lay off an officer, we can't hire someone else. We gotta bring that officer back.
Council Chair, can we put something in the motion that says that we're gonna look into this, changing to a union position?
You know what you can do as councilman, as the councilman, you can bring on anything you want into any agenda anytime you want. So like, even if we did that, you can just say, hey, councilman, I want you to add this to the agenda, guess what I'm gonna do for you? I'm gonna contact George in the clerk's office, and I'm gonna say, Madam Clerk, can you get me in contact with George? Councilman Wenzel has this here, and I don't think as long as it's on a timely banner, right? As long as it's before Tuesday at noon, I'm gonna do it for you. If you call me Wednesday at 11, I'm not doing it.
Well.
Unless George tells me it's okay.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna look into this.
All right.
I appreciate your time. Let me talk on this.
Anytime.
Thanks, Chief.
You're welcome.
Any other discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries. Next up, we have the FOIA coordinator position.
Council Chair.
Councilman Saab.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council authorize the budget amendment for the FOIA coordinator position at the Dearborn Police, strike that.
Yeah, I'm gonna restart that.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council authorize the budget amendment for the FOIA coordinator position at the police department in the amount of $66,300. The change will be reflected from the police salaries GL account 101-300-706-000 as outlined in 8D.
Support. Not to exceed.
Not to exceed the $66,300 with no overtime. If any changes to be made will have to come through city council.
Motion made by Councilman Saab, seconded by Councilman Ahmad. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please state aye. Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries. Next up, we have reports from city officials. Treasurer Hicks Plain Financial Institution designated as a depository of city funds.
Council Chair.
Councilman Saab.
Move that the Dearborn Heights City Council concur with Treasurer Hicks Clayton to recognize the following list of financial institutions as depositories for the city funds: Flagstar Bank, Comerica Bank, JP Morgan Chase Bank, Morgan Stanley, Huntington Bank, Dearborn Federal Savings Bank.
Motion made by Councilman Saab.
As outlined in 9A.
Support.
Motion made by Councilman Saab, seconded by Councilman Ahmad. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries. Next up, we have Treasurer Hicks Plain surveillance camera request for appropriation.
Council Chair.
Councilman Saab.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the expenditure to purchase 4 surveillance cameras with the average cost ranging between $1,000 to $1,500 each as outlined in 9B.
Motion made by Councilman Saab,
Support for discussion?
seconded by Councilman Ahmad.
Council Chair.
Any discussion?
Yes. Council Chair, if, as Ms. Hicks Clayton, she's an elected official. Those cameras that are in her office, she has every right to have access to them. With all respect to the mayor does not have control of the surveillance system in the city, and nor does the police department. If there is an investigation with this, and that's what it's being held, it should be held with a third, from an outside party, and that's who would make that decision. To withhold cameras that run her office and put her staff at risk, or if she has to do an internal audit, the mayor has no authority over that. And I would ask the administration to grant her back access, so we're not spending taxpayer money on cameras that we already have in the department.
Thank you.
Mayor? Can you just grant her back her access?
Council Chair, may I?
Yeah, please.
Again, I was hoping we can go to a closed session to discuss both of these items, but since you guys brought it, since the treasurer brought it forward, and since there's misleading information to the residents, so there was few people for the last few months, some employees of the office have brought some concerns to me personally, and we actually, I elevated it to the police department to look into it, and they looked at some of the items that was brought forward to the administration. The police did a preliminary investigation, and since, a few days ago, I don't want to discuss the specifics, obviously, they deferred it to state police. So state police integrity unit has that information. So once we did that preliminary investigation, we did send it to state police. So state police does have the information.
But there's been no judgment yet. So it's just been sent to
We
the
have a
state police.
preliminary, that's all we can say right now, Council Chair. There was a preliminary investigation. And from stuff that was brought forward by the office, and I took that information, went to the police, our police department. They did the initial investigation, and they did the initial, then they sent it to state police. That's all I can say at this point.
Council Chair.
I just want to say something, please, Madam Treasurer. When we say things like it's being sent to the state police.
It was sent.
I know, it was sent to the state police. It does not mean that the council or the Madam Treasurer is at fault or she's done something illegal, like. we need to hang out, Mayor. I didn't, point of order, Mayor, point of order. I know, but the insinuation is that something wrong was done by the treasurer, and we sent it to the state police because we have preliminary information, and it went to the police department. We said, no, this should have went straight to them. You guys should have, a report should have been made to the police department. Great, oh, this was made here. We say, here's the police department, we sent it over to the state police. That's how it operates. But I'm gonna tell you right now, for myself, Madam Treasurer, if anybody from the police department, not even a police officer, said, hey, I want you to do a polygraph test, I want you to do a lie detector test, I'm telling you right now, one, I'm calling my attorney and you're not giving me anything and I'm not speaking to you. And two, I'm gonna request that a third party like the state police is gonna come in. I'm gonna just say, I'm a little disappointed that you even let it get to that.
Right.
I'm disappointed, and I get it, you wanted to cooperate and you're being a great person because you've done nothing wrong, innocent or proven guilty. Hang on, please. But I just want you to know, I'm a little disappointed at yourself that or I'm a little disappointed at you for allowing this to happen. Like, I'm really hurt that it happened to you, but most importantly, how did it even get to that?
Well, my understanding, may I answer, Council Chair?
Roger, please.
I have to be.
I got it. It's our investigation. I mean, I
But
was
in all
thinking-
fairness,
Hang on, Roger.
it should be,
Please, time out.
if I may.
Hey, please, Madam Treasurer. Roger, I received an email.
Just trying to say.
I know. I received an email from the mayor that it can be FOIA'd, sending me a picture of a safe with open funds to it. I just had a treasurer come out and speak to the public. Everything on Facebook is being discussed here. The mayor just talked about what he wanted to talk about. You not once interrupted him. The second myself or the treasurer opposed the mayor, you were quick to stop us.
There's a reason.
Please, I know. You prepped the mayor on what he can and can't say, but not us.
No, that's not the reason. The reason
Okay.
is because she has right.
Please,
Point of
please.
order.
Please, thank you.
No problem.
Madam Treasurer, I'm just giving you my feelings on how I feel. Please, nothing from the audience. I'm just telling you, I'm disappointed that you allowed it. Please, sir. I'm sorry that it got to that. You allowed it to get to this.
I
You should
did
have
because
taken
I
the
wanted to be
initiative from the
cleared,
beginning.
right?
Please, hang on. When the clerk felt like she was being, pressed on, and she felt like she was being pushed back from the administration, she brought it to the council immediately.
Right.
Immediately, she was set herself up with special legal counsel, and she made sure she was protected. Has that even went anywhere? Have we even had to use that at any point? So, I mean, I kind of feel like you allowed, and I'm sorry, I'm not like badgering you, but that's where you allowed it to continue to go on. And it's disappointing and disheartening that it happened, but it happened, right? And if something happened with the police department where they wanted to do their investigation, sure, that's great. But I'll tell you right now, if the police department wanted to investigate the mayor is not letting them. He would have lawyered up and he would have protected himself, just like any other council. So,
Well, if I may I? Or no?
You can speak on it, but again, whatever you say.
I am going to
could be used against
reinforce
you
what
in
you
the court of law, so
said,
be careful. We don't know enough of that information.
Any investigation of the treasurer's office should be done by an independent Michigan State Police, for example, party. That was not handled that way, and that's all I'm going to say.
That's your fault. You allowed it, Madam
Council Chair, that's
Just being
unfair.
honest.
That's
Council Chair.
unfair. That's unfair to, we don't know the specifics.
There is a lot more that I would love to share with you, but I cannot.
Council Chair.
It's not quite the-
To clarify.
If you want, please.
Council.
Council Chair, let's move.
Council Chair. Madam Clerk, Madam Treasurer,
Or
please,
Treasurer.
I recommend you not to speak any further on the matter.
Thank you.
Okay, until
Yep, I understand.
until the next item comes up. And secondly, since it was referred to the Michigan State Police, the access to the cameras, whatever video was from prior and whatever's being investigated, it can be locked. For her to have access to continue operating her city, her office, and have access to her cameras, that's every right. And I'd actually like to amend this motion or put a motion forward to order the mayor to give her back access to her cameras. We shouldn't be spending cameras, just putting regular
Agree.
cameras in.
Thank you.
Our cameras are linked through IP, they're linked to the city, they're FOIAble, and that's what it should be. Nobody should have hostage what the mayor can control and he can't control. He doesn't have control over the cameras. That's one. So Madam Clerk, Madam Treasurer, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I honestly, I'm giving you not my legal opinion, I'm giving you my opinion. Just stop talking about the matter.
Yes. Very good. But I do want to thank you for the point you made just now, that those cameras are in that office and have been. It's that the mayor had given the order, from my understanding, to take away the access, and that affects our internal controls.
And I will put, and
It is
Council
true.
Chair, point of order. I would like to put a motion, or if we can suspend,
You have a
okay.
motion on the table.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, go ahead. Let's go ahead and take a
Amend
vote.
this
on
motion.
I'd like to amend this motion.
Okay, you have to ask Councilman Saab and Councilman Montour.
Council Chair, just,
Before we do that, I want to hear from the rest of the council members.
Sure.
Council
Then you
Chair.
can go through there. Councilman-
Before we move on.
It's the mayor next.
Okay, go ahead.
Did you have something, Mayor?
That's not a true statement made by the councilman or the treasurer. She does have control over where the cashiers, where the money is. She does have access to it. I can again share with the council to show that the misleading information that was shared a few minutes ago, that for the last year, how many times the treasurer has accessed the cameras.
Council Chair.
Thank you. Councilman Montour.
Council
Thank you,
Chair, thank
Letter.
you. Mayor, are you going to give her access to all the cameras in her office?
She does have access to the cashiers, where the cashiers, where the money is.
So
Do you have
that's
access to all her cameras?
I don't have access to anything. I don't even know how to log on to these
But
cameras.
I do think she needs access to all the cameras in her office. Are you
The
going to give her?
treasurer, Council Chair, please point of order. There's foul language used here by some of the residents, please.
Honestly, I have not heard nothing but point of
Oh,
order,
I
please.
did. This is so disrespectful.
Council Chair, Mayor?
Hang on, Roger, please.
So, Mayor, are you going to give her access to all the cameras in her office?
Again, she can have access, real-time access to all the cameras
In her office?
in her,
Okay, so-
in the treasurer's office.
Council Chair, if
And
there's
so
an
this is-
investigation.
Point of order.
Roger.
So then that's on record. You're going to have access to all the cameras in your office.
May I make a comment? The cameras we don't have access to includes the deputy's desk, where all the money is counted. So we don't have access to that camera. I don't have access to a back counter from the cashiers, where money is kept as well. And then also, and I don't care about my desk, because I don't handle cash except for petty cash, and we do that under dual control and have a log that verifies the dual control. And the vault. I do not have access, nor does my deputy, to the vault.
You have access, did you used to have access to all of this?
Yes, we did.
When was this taken from you?
Probably about a month, 2 months ago at the most. There's times when I try to log, maybe a month, but when I try to log in, I get logged out. That's what the mayor is referring to as a record of showing, you know, how you try to attempt to log in and you're not successful, or you have to walk away, whatever the case may be. But that is the record he's talking about.
Mayor?
Again, I will send you guys tomorrow, I'll get you a record, how many times the cameras in the office have been accessed by whom and when. How's that?
How do you have access to that?
I don't have access to it. I will request it to the IT director. I said, I can ask the director to get you that
Is that
information.
recent, Mayor, or you're talking in the
Council Chair,
past?
From the
I think-
police, what is it?
That's in the past or recent?
No, for the last, I can see how far we can go back. I don't know how far we can go back with the cameras, but I can get you, but,
That's the issue with them viewing their cameras.
Council Chair.
Point of order, everyone, please. Go ahead, Mayor.
Again, the reason why we actually, because of the investigation and because of some employees at her office that reached out to my office that they were concerned that they were going to get retaliated against. Again, they were interviewed, and the treasurer threatened them retaliation.
No, I did not.
Point of
That's
order.
not true.
Okay, point of order.
It's not true.
Point of order.
Again, Council Chair, I didn't want to discuss this, and we go to a closed session, but it was brought up. Again, I'm trying to protect the city employees, that they were actually afraid for their position because they brought up an issue that we looked into, and again, we sent it to state police. That's, I don't think we should discuss this any further. I mean, she can have real-time cameras, but to protect the employees that they're afraid for retaliation, we can't go back to the time.
No, definitely, Mayor. I mean, whatever happened, you send it to the state police. We're talking from now forward. Please give her access to all the cameras in the office. We don't have to pay for more because I think she has the right to have the access to all the cameras.
Yeah, we can
So,
get her
Councilman
real-time.
Saab, if you want to change your motion,
Yes, I'd like to amend my motion to not purchase cameras, but as a matter of fact, give full access and immediate access to the treasurer's office of all cameras of all offices, including the deputy, the front, the vault, and
Every
whatever
single camera in the treasurer's office.
in the treasurer's office from today forward.
second.
Is that okay, Madam Treasurer?
Yeah, that is fine, but I think being slandered by the mayor is unacceptable. There's no threats. There was nothing of that nature. I have emails that back
Madam
up.
Treasurer,
Are
are you okay with this?
I am okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so a motion made by Councilman Saab. to
Council
give
Chair?
Full access, hang on one second, Roger, please. Motion made by Councilman Saab to amend the motion to allow the treasurer to have full access and to not purchase any cameras, effective immediately.
Thank you.
Motion made by Councilman Saab, seconded by Councilman Ahmad. Madam Clerk, do you have that? Mayor, are we okay with that? Thank you. Madam Treasurer, are we okay
Yes,
with that?
that is fine.
By the way,
Thank
I
you.
didn't mean to badger you in the beginning.
That's all right.
I'm just blown out of
We
my
all
mind
learn
that
and
we-
live,
that
right?
We let it get this far. Like you said, you haven't had access for 2 months. It's coming to us now.
It's more like a month, but yes.
Yeah.
And then I had to put it on the agenda after.
Any other discussion from any other councilman?
Took some time.
Roger?
Thank you, Council Chair. I just want to make sure, I think the report that was done, the analysis, I think you do need to see it. I think the mayor said, but the other parts of the investigation are with the state police. And that involves previous cameras, recordings, and I've asked Treasurer, what I was trying to say is what you said, don't say anything. Please.
Thank you.
You have rights, and then once you talk to Hassan Cash, and you talk to anyone else, now you're interfering with your possible attorney-client privilege and communications, and you're breaching it and opening it up. This was brought by the treasurer, this whole thing, previously, and that's all I will say. And I think that how a closed session is needed to discuss.
Thank Roger.
certain things.
Let's just make a vote on this
Not
right
now,
now.
She
but
is
just to
entitled
let
to
you-
counsel before we go to.
You guys, point of order. Come on, point of order. No more, guys.
Go for a vote.
Let's go. Motion.
And just one quick.
I just want to wrap this up. You just said this. We don't want to talk much on this. Please, let's just move on.
The statement about with the clerk and having an attorney, that was by our own attorney doing a deposition, and she asked for legal counsel in a deposition held by our own counsel, lawyers representing us. It wasn't from outside. So it was internal on a matter involving the clerk's office and Act 78. This is a whole different issue dealing possibly with other, anyway, so.
It has nothing to do with this.
Just want to make it very clear, just to clear that up, it was for a subpoena, and that's what it was for.
For a deposition, she's
Yeah,
being deposed.
our city was suing, yeah.
No, but they weren't suing
Council
the
Chair,
clerk's
we're
office.
off the subject.
But it's just for.
Thank you, Roger. Any other discussion? Hearing none, to give full access to all of the cameras to the
Immediately.
treasurer's office, immediately, effective immediately, approved by the mayor, okayed by the treasurer. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries. Next up, we have 9C, Treasurer Hicks Clay, request for special outside legal counsel.
Council Chair,
Councilman Saab.
move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the request for Treasurer Hicks Clayton for special outside legal counsel as outlined in 9C.
Motion made by Councilman Saab,
Support for discussion?
seconded by Councilman Ahmad. Any discussion on that?
Council Chair, so Madam Treasurer, why exactly you're asking for a special outside legal counsel?
The reason is because your current, all due respect to Roger, is a conflict of interest because he's an appointee of the mayor, so I would need a special counsel that's third independent party from the current counselor. It would be for the office as well.
I still don't understand.
If
I mean,
needed.
is there any lawsuit? Is there anything that you need to?
Am I allowed to comment and say there's nothing right now?
Well, there is something
Is an
right
investigation.
now. That's the problem, and there is a criminal investigation ongoing now. If fraud, conversion, conspiracy, racketeering, breach of fiduciary duty comes up, that's not saying that's what, but if that comes up, and that's for the person, the elected official personally, then we can have a special counsel for that matter. And I did write MMRA to check. And then if it's a civil, unjust enrichment, negligent misrepresentation, civil, still we can't hire a counsel to do that. But if it's for the office, if you want something for the office, that's different. But for the person, until the investigation is completed, I can't see really hiring a criminal attorney. And that's what we crossed the line.
Council Chair?
Council Chair?
Yes. I'm gonna go through Councilman Constant and then the mayor. I'm sorry, Councilman Wenzel. I don't know why I keep saying Councilman Constant. Councilman, please forgive me.
Thank you. You know, the specifics of this lawsuit or potential lawsuit, is it against the city of Dearborn Heights versus the resident Lisa Hicks Clayton? Or is it against the treasurer Lisa Hicks Clayton? And so she's performing her duties as a city employee, so that it's like a no-brainer to give her representation from the city.
Yes.
No, Council Chair, no.
Guys, nothing from the audience, please. Please, guys. Councilman?
Really, it's council.
Councilman Constant?
Yeah, just briefly, we would need to know how much. And years ago, there was a interim building director who was having checks issued to non-existent companies and then cashing them and pocketing the money, and he was charged. We would never have paid, nor should we have paid, for an attorney to protect that person or counsel that person. So, you know, I think at this point, this is very premature.
Council Chair, in that case, you could have if the defendant loses the case, they'd pay all legal fees. Simple as that.
You're talking, Council Chair? I think Councilman Wentz
how
is
it
talking
goes,
a civil legal action. We're talking a criminal investigation.
I don't wanna make a decision, because, I mean, this is obviously a little shaky. I'd like to hear from a special legal counsel.
Do you want me to move on?
You recommend the council hiring the treasurer or own special legal counsel?
Well, because you're uncertain about this and it has to do with your role, that's why I'm speaking on this. In general, I don't comment on anything that doesn't fall in the role. I'm just being clear about that. Special legal counsel in this situation, you need to have a clearly defined scope of services that that person will end up actually doing, because, I'm sorry. If this has to do with a personal matter, then special legal counsel should not end up being approved. If this has to do with the performance of her duties officially, then she could end up being entitled to special legal counsel under these circumstances. I don't think it's been clearly defined exactly what special legal counsel is supposed to do under these circumstances. And I think you need further definition before you would end up approving something along these lines. That would be my advice.
Thank you. So, Madam Treasurer, can you?
You can refer this back to me, and I can come back with the
More specific
definition and scopes. Because this is about, it's not just me, it's the treasurer's office,
100%.
okay?
We just-
I
we
want to be
wanna
really
do the
clear,
right
because
work.
we keep saying that over and over, okay? So let's be really clear. But if you want a scope of work and definition of that, right, for special counsel, refer it back to me, and I'll bring it back to you with that information.
But I will tell you right now, Madam Treasurer, you come back with that scope of work, you give us a retainee of, say, $5,000 in the beginning, you have my 100% full support.
Okay.
100%
Thank you.
full support, and I'm sorry that you're dealing with that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Councilman Saab, would you like to refer this back to?
I'd like to refer this back to the treasurer's office for more clarity.
Motion made by Councilman
Thank you.
Saab, Councilman Ahmad, will you?
Support.
All right. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
The ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is 9D, CEDD Director Jamal, CDBG Annual Action Plan 2024-2025.
Council Chair.
Councilwoman Breyer.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve Dearborn Heights Program Year 2024 to 2025 CDBG Action Plan/Budget and authorize CEDD Director Jamal as a city representative for HUD/CDBG programs to sign, package, and submit to the said Dearborn Heights HUD CDBG Action Plan electronically with all related/required certifications accordingly as outlined in 9D.
Second.
Motion made by Councilwoman Breyer, seconded by Councilman Saab. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries. Next up, we have 9E, CEDD Director Jamal, Wage Trim Services and Annual Fee Schedule.
Council Chair.
Councilman, I'm gonna let Councilman Constant take this.
That the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the Wade Tim contractual rate schedule for fiscal year 2024-2025 according to the attached document as backup to this resolution and authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the contract accordingly as outlined in 9E.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Constant, seconded by Councilwoman Breyer. Any discussion?
Council Chair,
Councilman Wenzel?
what do they do under this contract, wage trim? Is it a general contract? Is this through the CDBG department only? I know they do a lot of work for us.
Well, it's basically it's a contractual rate schedule for the fiscal year of 2024-2025. So in the backup, it's basically just giving you a breakdown of everything.
Yeah, see, I was looking for that. I didn't see that in there.
No, it is. It just gives you a breakdown of, what kind of professional, engineer, what level engineer.
Yeah.
Per hour, the rates.
I didn't see that in there.
So it's just a rate schedule, if you have this individual, what it would cost, if you have that individual, what it would look like. If you have this many people on staff, you would calculate, so it's just, it's more informative
Yeah,
information.
just for work for the CDBG department.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
All right, any other discussion?
Mr. Jamal wants to be recognized.
Well, I mean, if this passes, this passes, but go ahead, Mr. Jamal, I will give you a quick 2 minutes, please. I see Councilman Muscat, former Councilman Muscat, squinting his eyes. Mr. Jamal?
Is he on mute?
Unmute yourself.
He doesn't want to talk.
All right, let's take it to a vote. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Chief of Staff Hernandez and City Engineer Deeb, fiscal year 2023 Safe Street and Roads for all SS4A grant agreements.
Council Chair.
Councilwoman Breyer.
I'd like to make a motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council accept and approve the fiscal year 2023 Safe Streets and Roads for All, SS4A grant in the amount of $396,700. Further, authorize the mayor to sign the agreement. The $99,800 match will be paid from Fund 203 Local Streets. Further, authorize the comptroller to establish a general ledger account for the grant expenses/reimbursement tracking and record reconciliations as outlined in 9F.
Second. Motion made by Councilwoman Breyer, second by Councilman Saab. Any discussion? Hearing none.
Council Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Deep, I have a question for you. I know this is another subject, pretty touchy subject as far as the type of work that's going to be done with this. There's safe streets, and I spoke with Mr. Deep earlier today, and we had a little bit of a conversation.
Okay.
What are you going to be doing with these funds?
Okay, so you have in your package a detailed list of the scope of services provided under this, because I seem to hear all kinds of ideas that people thought we're going to be painting sidewalks, we're going to be replacing. That's not what this is. So, Ms. the point was correct. She read that. It's always been an application for, and I'm going to quote the actual application. It's a significant, so we have a significant concern in the city of Dearborn Heights on the safety of pedestrians and cyclists. So it specifically states what portions of the cities, what intersections will be studied. This is more of a in-depth look at the pedestrian safety throughout the city. So it lists actual sections, US 24 and Ford Road, M153, that's Ford Road and US 24. Telegraph Road, westbound Ford Road and Telegraph Road, US 24 Waverly Street, segment of Southfield Telegraph Road, US 24 from Annapolis to Van Born Road. So it is a very specific look or detailed look at all the pedestrian crossing and the changes. So we've had areas that were not developed 50 years ago, and now they're actually heavily developed Ford Road commercial. This is a detailed look, and it is funded at $396,700, and we pay $99,800. So that it is. The timeline is unfortunately. 1/1/2026 is the completion. So it is a detailed look. It's the first that I've known of that we actually taken into account the city's population changes, the shift in demography and where we go. It's just that. It's a program to look at in detail and find out what. So that's the first step. When the recommendations will come up of this plan, then this will give us a roadmap, what improvements we need to do, what and if any, and I'm sure we're going to have a lot of improvements recommended, so we'll take it to the next level.
So you said take a look, that's another word for a study. This is nothing physical being done.
It is,
just to
no,
study
it's,
these areas.
in order to build something, you really need to define exactly what you're doing, right? So we have been doing a lot of patches, but no one ever looked at the entire program. This might show you that you need a pedestrian bridge in the location. So, okay, so that's not something that you're going to just wake up one day and say, I'm going to put a pedestrian bridge on Beach Daily and Ford Road. Right? This will give you the justifications and also gives you the basis. If you're going to seek grant to fund it, you will say that's per the SS4A recommendations.
The reason, what I was trying to get at is, I had people call me and they're saying, the $400,000, we could buy a lot of lit up stop signs. And I said, well, that's not, it's nothing physically getting done, no changes, no signs put up.
So the agency that provides the money, sir, is the one that dictates what this money is for. So they do have the next phase, but the requirement is to have this detailed analysis done before they fund actual work, because they want justifications. I can't send you money to build a bridge if I don't have basis.
It's like an SS4 master plan.
There you go.
Like building a house, you need blueprints before you build a house.
Well, you always do planning and then design and construction, but planning is critical.
While you're up here, a lot of people have been talking about this, the striping around the schools, the side of the streets
So
and sidewalks.
I have that with me. Okay.
There's an issue coming up with the type of paint that we're using, and it's not the quality that we should be using. Can you give?
So we paid a consultant last June to look at the how we do things and where we need to get done. The study is fast and 90% completed, and the results, so it's being done in phases. The painting of the crosswalks were given to our staff at DPW to start doing the painting throughout the summer. I believe the last I heard from our prior director, we're at 60% completion. But in the study, I read the report just recently, and it specified why our stuff is not lasting. So why is our paint not lasting? And that was one of the things that I asked the consultant to look for. And they came up with the type of paint that the state, so the state of Michigan, MDOT, uses a particular type, urea something. I've got the actual product name in the report, and it's good for 4 to 5 years. Our product that's currently used doesn't last a year. So we're implementing this. So I went back to our staff to see if they can use the new product, and apparently they can't apply it because it requires different equipment. It's not something that you buy at Home Depot or I think Sherwin-Williams is where we buy our stuff from. It's only available from commercial, so what we're doing now, I put that report or the finding for all the schools out to obtain prices from professional companies. Now, these companies do the work for MDOT. So what you see on the freeway is PK and 2 other companies that do that. And they use that urea heavy paint, which lasts 3, 4, 5 years. The plan is I'm going to get the prices. I was hoping that I get them tonight, but I didn't. When I get those prices, I'm going to present them to you. And the plan is we will finish with our staff to show them what to do and how to do it and what to use. And then by next year, we will buy the equipment necessary for our staff to do it.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. That good? Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries. Next up is 9G Comptroller Shepherd Budget Amendment.
Council Chair.
Councilman Saab.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the budget amendments to correct the personal requested to the 3 new ordinance officers as outlined and updated in backup of item 9G.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Saab, seconded by Councilwoman Breyer. Quick discussion, I spoke with Ms. Shepherd, just want to remind you guys that we budgeted for 4 ordinance officers. I hope we can go out, I know we have HR here with us today. Have we went out and started requesting for these positions?
So we currently have a list,
I will tell you, there is one resident that keeps telling me, I'm waiting for this to go out public so I can apply. And he actually works as an ordinance officer now in another municipality.
So we actually have a civil service list active currently for ordinance officers that's active until October of this year, I think October 6th of this year. Director Bill has, Director Dishoon has that list, and he has been contacting individuals trying to see who is still interested, because we are, later in the process. So a lot of those people have moved on. So we're moving through that list.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Chair.
Councilman?
Well, this has been a hot topic of mine for a long time, and it's been approved for quite a while, and to the point where I'm very frustrated that this hasn't been done probably a year ago or something when we first approved it. City Council, the motion was approved to have these officers. One of the reasons I pushed so hard for this is to have special ordinance officers that were strictly for rental properties. And I know I don't want to tell anybody how to do their job, but I think because City Council fought for this and got these finally, maybe, they're not hired yet, but hopefully they will be real soon, like within a week or so. Have a study set, open study set, to see what, let us give us our ideas, and let the residents give their ideas, what these new positions should be, not just another 4 ordinance officers out on the street. Because my main objective was to have, and I know all of us up here get rental property calls all the time, all the time. It's either the grass, or the buildings are in shambles, or they're moving in, moving out without any kind of inspections. So I think it's really important, and, get together with Director Dishroom and the administration and make sure that these officers are put in a position that we wanted them to be in. That's why we made these positions.
I'll do a study session for us.
Let's do that.
And what you can do is, Councilman, you can come up with a list of what you think you want to see best. And there's yours, you're looking at me. And we will do a study session, but I'm gonna call on you during the study session to come up with where you want to see these potential designated individuals.
I kind of already did, but there's.
But that's what the study session is gonna be.
Yeah. Okay.
And we can have our HR director here, and we can go from there.
Council Chair, if I may, just for Council Wenzel's comment, I want to make sure we're not separating renters from homeowners, and we're not, just because there's a lot of issues legally that triggers, Councilman.
I think we can categorize.
Yeah, I think we're not trying to discriminate against people trying to own a home, or anything. It's everyone knows, and we use the term slumlords, right? And there's a lot of it going on in the city. We gotta make sure that these homes, if you live next door to them, that they're maintained.
It's similar to like Crestwood now is just, it's restructured its administration, where now they have 4 principals at Crestwood because it's growing so much. And so there's a head principal that runs the seniors and oversees all 4 grade groups. But then you have the assistant, one of the assistant principals that's more senior, operates the juniors and seniors. One runs the sophomores or freshmen, and another one runs the sophomores. So it's basically saying everybody's got a designated position. All right, any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries. Next up, we have our favorite, everybody's favorite chief, Chief Brogan, on the Michigan Department of Labor and Economic Opportunity for LEO firefighting gear grant.
Council
Chair.
Oh, all at once, I'm gonna let Councilman Ahmad take this one.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council accept the Michigan Department of Labor and Economic Opportunity LEO firefighting gear grant, which provides $168,000 in funding and does not require any matching funds, as outlined in 9-H.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Ahmad, seconded by Councilman Saab. He read that fast. Chief, thank you so much for always going above and beyond. I don't think there's really much that needs to be said on this, other than the fact that you are always bringing in grant dollars from the fire department, so we thank you for that. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries. Next up, Fire Chief Brogan, sale or donation of fire truck.
Council Chair.
Councilman Saab.
I move that Dearborn Heights City Council approve the disposal of one 1994 fire truck with approximately 100,000 mile, either by sale or donation to another fire department in northern Michigan as outlined in 9A.
Support. Motion made by Councilman Saab, seconded by Councilman Ahmad. Chief, again, thank you so much. If you guys could have donated it to me, I would put it in my backyard. All in favor, please
Council
state
Chair,
aye.
Council Chair,
Yes.
quickly, Chief, I like to see him walk by, he's a handsome guy.
See the new haircut.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, Councilman.
Thank you
Yep.
for doing all this work. And, as far as the donation goes, is there any liability from the city of Dearborn Heights after they donate it to somebody, like another department?
Well, once we get rid of it, I'm sure we could work with Roger and make sure that there's something that says that you're buying the truck as is. It's a 30-year-old fire truck. I've spoken with quite a few people trying to sell it. That would be our number one. I mean, I've been still working on it. I was hoping to get around 5,000, and they said there's no way I'm going to get that. Its age. They said it's going to be used for parts or scrap it out. And I know there's some departments out there. There's one department actually wrote me a letter requesting it because they have a 2-seater truck they can't keep on the road anymore, and this would be a Cadillac to them, is what they said. So
Is it the green one?
yeah, we have 2 green ones left. So this is the 94. We have a 96 also. So yeah, they might not know it's green yet. Maybe I shouldn't tell them that. No.
Chief, that 94 is the one that was at that building that one day I see?
Yes. Yeah.
I think it was in horrible condition.
Yeah. It's had a long life. So.
Thanks, Chief. I appreciate you so much.
You're welcome.
Again, if you're giving up any parts, I'll take the land.
Pardon me? You have a decommission ceremony when you do that?
Thank you, Chief. All right, guys, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries. Next up, we have Parks and Recreation Director Sauer, Amendment Number 2 to the intergovernmental agreement for the 2018 to 2021 park millage allocation for Van Houten Park improvement.
Council Chair.
Councilman Ahmad.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council authorize the mayor and city clerk to sign amendment number 2 to modify the intergovernmental agreement between the county of Wayne and the city of Dearborn Heights for the 2018-2021 park millage allocation for improvements at Van Houten Park. This amendment will extend the contract to June 30th, 2025, as outlined in 9-J.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Ahmad, seconded by Councilwoman Breyer. Any discussion?
Council Chair.
Councilman Wenzel.
For the resident, thank you. For the residents, I mean, this park is, it's a landmark here in the north end of Dearborn Heights. And it's well overdue having this redone. Can you give us a brief synopsis of, give an update on it?
Actually, yes, I can give you an update. We're slating with the contractor to have it completed by August 31st. We did run into quite a bit of rain, so that may push some of the pieces of it back. So that's kind of what we're looking at, and we just met again on Monday. So this contract, they have stipulations, Wayne County does, on what you have to do before they'll give you the check. So I am just requesting an extension just in case, because don't want to lose the funds. The sign has to be up, you have to have the opening, all of that kind of stuff. And then we wanted to make sure that we tried to get the parking lot done before we have the grand opening. So there's like still a lot of pieces even after the playground part is done. So I just want to be sure.
Was there still gonna be a splash pad?
This does not include the splash pad. However, last summer, I had the splash pad up and running and it was working. I don't know what's going to happen when we, start it up again. And I have been talking to some people possibly about kind of spot fixing it until we get the funds to replace it. There's a couple of places underneath that the pipes leak, but there's some things possibly that we can do. And I found those out by talking to a couple of splash pad vendors or suppliers.
Thank you.
Council Chair, maybe we can get the old green fire truck over there just to hold people down on the splash
Yeah.
pad.
The pump
We can do
doesn't
that.
work.
The pump don't work. Can you imagine giving that to fire?
Your buckets.
Yeah, pass you that off. All right, thank you so much. Any other discussion? Good job, Director. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries. Next up, we have 9K Parks and Recreation Director Sauer element for District 7 Youth Baseball Program.
Council Chair.
Councilwoman Breyer.
I'd like to recommend a motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the disbursement of the District 7 Youth Baseball Program allotment in the amount of $1,650. In addition, authorize the Comptroller and Treasurer to pay these funds from the 2024 to 2025 Parks and Recreation Budget Account Number 691-887 as outlined in 9K.
Second.
Motion made by Councilwoman Breyer, seconded by Councilman Saab. That was you, right?
Yes.
All right.
Council Chair,
Councilman Wenzel.
I want to tip my hat to Director Sauer for including these allotments for all of our youth sports organizations throughout the city. They just don't do the Dad's Club, they do, like the Redskins, the Raiders.
Panthers.
Panthers, yeah, I'm sorry,
yeah.
the Panthers. And hopefully, a new soccer program that I'm running for the Dad's Club in the south end of Dearborn Heights. We discussed that, maybe we'll get an allotment for that too, but yeah, I mean, this money, the $1,650, doesn't seem like a lot, but to these organizations, it's a lot of money.
Yeah.
And my hats off to you, thank you for keeping that on your budget, thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that as well. Thank you.
Tom, you do a lot at the Dad's Club.
Thank you. We're still taking registrations, soccer.
Can I join?
How old? What's the youngest?
Well, our soccer program runs from 3 years old
Really?
to 15 years old. And I personally coach and kind of run the 3 to 6 year olds. That's the best, I'll tell you. I love children. I love working with kids. I worked with them through all my adult life and even before I was an adult. And this is the first time the soccer program has been in the Dad's Club. The Dad's Club, for people who don't know it, and I said it before, it's the oldest nonprofit youth sports organization in the country. It was founded in 1952, 72 years ago. And it's an honor to wear the Dad's Club logo and for us to have this new program. And we've had sponsors come forward. Councilman Saab's a sponsor of our soccer program, and J&T Crova are big sponsors, Bart's Bakery, Tony's Car Wash, Van
Corridor, huh?
Yeah, it's on the Van Born Corridor.
Westbourne.
Westbourne Car Wash, and Tony's, like I mentioned Tony's, and the 342 Bar, Cordy's Collision. I mean, we've had some really good people helping us out with this program, and it's awesome, and thanks, and Kim's been working with us too, Director Sauer's been working with us too, the District 7 School District giving us the football field to play our games on. I mean, it was gonna be a big, wow, what am I getting into? And then all these people came forward and helped out. It's a really successful program. We're having a lot of fun. We are still taking registrations. You can look me up on Facebook or anything, or call me. My number's out there.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you for all
Thanks
that
to
you do
everyone.
once again.
All the parents the parent involvement, oh my gosh, we have people from north and south, and it's like almost a 50-50 deal. And, I mean, I've got to tell them, no thanks, we don't need any more help. They're offering help, I mean, from, you know, taking registration, passing out uniforms, IT work, I mean, that's my, you know, that's, even though that's my favorite, you know, my specialty, IT. But, I mean, it's awesome, it's really good, thank you for letting me talk about it.
Anytime, that's amazing. Councilman Ahmad will, come on, coach, you know, good soccer.
Referees, yeah, coach, yeah.
Can I register my son?
Yeah, yeah.
No, yes.
I tried to register my son, he was picking up the soccer ball, they got released, they told him.
You know, Council Chair, one cool thing that we do is, because we have the program, and it's for all these ages, but we do it one day a week. We meet on Saturday morning at 9 a.m. at Annapolis High School football field, it's a synthetic turf field. We practice for an hour, and then we play our hour game. It's a one-time deal. It's not going to practice on Tuesdays and Wednesdays and Thursdays during the week. We do it all in one day. It's convenient for the parents, the kids, and, you know, amazing. And, you know, Mike Mackey's been helping out for Lead Sports, donating some equipment. And
That's amazing. Good job, Tom. Good job, Councilman.
well, you know, there's another guy, Abbas Alwishia, I think you pronounce his name.
Alwishia.
Alwishia. The guy is fantastic. Oh my gosh, he's been helping us out so much with the equipment, instructions. He runs a soccer program here on North End, and the guy's phenomenal, man. If you're watching, thank you so much. Thanks.
You're welcome. Any other discussions or anyone else to thank?
I want to thank everyone up here, and thank you out there.
Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the ayes have it, motion carries. Let's, can we smile? Thanks. Next up, we have Police Chief Swope, fiscal year 2024, Michigan Office of Highway Safety and Planning Grant.
Council Chair.
Councilman Ahmad. Sorry,
I move that
Sal.
the Dearborn Heights City Council authorize the Dearborn Heights Police Department to accept grant proceeds from the Michigan Office of Highway Safety Planning in the amount of $22,662.36 as outlined in 9-L.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Ahmad, seconded by Councilwoman Breyer. Any discussion? Thank you, Chief, for bringing this forward.
Yes.
Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the ayes have it. Next up, Police Chief Swope, MMRMA, RAC
Next 2 pages.
grant reimbursement, body worn cameras.
Council Chair.
Councilman Saab.
Move the Dearborn Heights City Council accept the MMRMA RAP grant, reimbursement for the body worn cameras in the amount of $25,863.20. The reimbursement will be tracked by our RIMBE.
Reimburse.
Will reimburse MMRMA GL number 101-000-676-911 is outlined in 9M.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Saab, second by Councilman Ahmad. Again, Police Chief,
Council
thank
Chair,
you so much.
just for the record, the word reimbursement is not on there, it's just our,
I know,
okay, it's just. for
I
the
saw that,
record.
but yeah, it was no big deal.
Council Chair, you know,
Councilmember.
these next couple, thank you, these next couple about the cameras, body cams and in-car cameras, you know, I brought that up years ago, like 7 years ago, when I first got on city council, and I was told that the evidence that is obtained by these cameras was not usable in court. Is that untrue? Is that true now that can be used in court? You can just shake your head yes or no?
Yeah.
It is, okay, all right, thank you. It is, he shook his head yes.
Yep.
Just for the record.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the ayes have it. Thanks, Chief, again. Next up, we have 9N Police Chief Swope MMRMA RAP grant reimbursement data storage.
Council Chair.
Councilman Saab.
Move the Dearborn Heights City Council accept the MMRMA RAP grant reimbursement for the data storage in the amount of $50,000. The reimbursement will be tracked by reimbursement to MMRMA GL account number 101-000-676.911 as outlined in 9M.
Support.
Motion made by Councilman Saab, seconded by Councilman Ahmad. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries. Next up, we have 9O Police Chief Swope MMRMA RAP grant reimbursement in-car cameras.
Council Chair.
Councilman Ahmad.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council accept the MMRMA RAB grant reimbursement for the in-car cameras in the amount of $20,000. The reimbursement will be tracked at reimbursement MMRMA GL number 101-000-676-911 as outlined in 9-0.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Ahmad, seconded by Councilman Saab to receive $20,000 for in-car cameras. Hearing no discussion, or any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries. Next up, 9P, Police Chief Swope, very popular tonight. We have a presentation, 10 things on the item, things are passing. Western Wayne County Special Operations Team, WWCSOT Agreement.
Council Chair.
Councilman Saab.
Move that Dearborn Heights City Council authorize the police department to enter into an agreement with the Western Wayne County Special Operations Team, known as WWCSOT, for an annual participation fee not to exceed $7,500, which will be paid for which would be for a period of consisting of the current year 2024 and 3 additional years 2025, 2026, 2027. In addition, authorize the mayor and the comptroller to sign the necessary warrants and to the treasurer to issue payment from the police contractual services account 101-300-808.000 as outlined in 9P.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Saab, seconded by Councilwoman Breyer. Any discussion?
Council Chair.
Councilman Ahmad.
Thank you, Council Chair. I think this is a great thing, but I'm sorry, Chief, I failed to ask you yesterday, while I was looking at the cities that are included in this agreement, I know 2 of them border the north end of Dearborn Heights, nothing that border the south end. Would that, affect helping us in any way in case we need it because of the location?
No, that won't affect us at all. What we would do is we have a mutual aid agreement throughout the state pretty much. So if there's an incident on our borders, we just help each other out. All we have to do is say, hey, I need help, or hey, can you do this for me? And we can go and help someone in Taylor. So we actually have had opportunities where Inkster has called us and said, hey, can you come help us answer a police run? Even though they're not on scene, as long as we get that call for help, we can go do it, and vice versa. We can have other cities come into Dearborn Heights to help us if needed.
Just looking at it, I guess the 2 cities that border us is Redford and Garden City. So I was thinking if something, God forbid, happened on the south end and we needed some help, maybe just the time frame for them to get there.
Yeah.
Or we can send all of our officers to the north,
Yeah.
the south end.
But Romulus is
And we're
part of
also,
this too.
so there's a lot of teams on this particular team, but also one of the things I would like to do in this police department is create a special, almost like a response team, right? So before TAC gets there, tactical units get there, and before negotiators get there, we have officers that are highly trained in handling high-level things, right? So we're not just going to rely on this team, but our officers are going to receive the training to make sure that they can handle business until these guys arrive as well.
Thank you.
Council Chair?
Councilman.
Thank you. I had several calls on this, and the residents were wondering, is this like a SWAT team?
That's exactly what it is. So there's 2 different portions to this team. So there's a SWAT team, right? They call it the Special Operations Team. So any type of barricaded gunmen, like the one we had on our south end not too long ago, if someone barricades themselves in a home, SWAT team shows up, but also negotiators, crisis negotiators. And that's not just for barricaded gunmen, but maybe it's someone who is having some issues with mental health and they want to, commit suicide or something like that, where negotiators could come up, show up and talk to them on the phone and get them to come out and get them some help. So it's a little bit of both, right? But the end goal is to resolve the issue. But what's good about this particular team is the choices, whether we stay at the scene or go. It's left with the Dearborn Heights Police Department because we know our community, so it's left in our hands to determine if we're going to completely resolve a incident or if we're just going to leave. So I think it's a great opportunity to join the team.
Thank you. This is without a lack of a better phrase, internally, our old SWAT team was defunded and disbanded, I mean, because we didn't have a SWAT team for a while. right?
Yeah, I wouldn't use the word defunded, but,
We didn't defend it.
No, I'm saying internally, it was taken
Yeah.
out, right?
so
Eliminated.
it wasn't. So the just some history on that. So the members of that particular special response team, the majority of them, not all of them, resigned from that position. So there are positions in the police department where people sign up for, and if they choose not to do them, and the chief allows someone to drop out of that position, they can do so. And for some, whatever was going on at the time, that disbanded. And, I think we had at least 2 or 3 members that stayed on that team, which then we didn't have enough people, so it disbanded.
So we're gonna have our own SWAT team?
No, we will
Special
have.
Operations, or are we gonna be
So
using somebody else's?
yeah, so what's going to happen is we're going to have people, our own people, on this team, right? The special operations team for Wayne, Western Wayne County. We're going to have our own people on that team. So they're going to train with them. They're going to go out to scenes, not only in Dearborn Heights, but in other cities as well.
Isn't $7,500 kind of cheap?
Well, it's just part of the consortium, right? So if there's so many cities involved, everyone pays their $7,500. If money's not used, it's, it stays in the budget. I know the fire department, they pay, they do the same thing as we're doing. And I don't think they've ever ran out of money for any incidents or anything like that. So it is cheap. It's a great benefit. We get a lot of bang for the buck, literally, for that $7,500. And the first year is prorated, so it's only going to cost us like $3,000 or.
So the 75, that has nothing to do with pay. They just get paid strictly from Dearborn Heights, and this is
That's
some kind of
correct.
some training thing or whatever.
Yeah, it just goes to the budget, right? So, I mean, because they do provide, our officers training every single month. I think the SWAT team portion, they train, I think, every other week. So we do have to pay our officers ourselves still.
How many?
It just depends on how many that we send. I think the paperwork says that cities over 40,000 have to provide 2 people at least. I would like to provide as many as I possibly can, being fiscally responsible, because I want to create opportunities for people in the police department. But at the same time, so if I approve them to be on the team, they also have to go and have an interview in testing and everything with this particular team. But most people who want to be SWAT or tactical, they're in shape and they'd have no problem passing this stuff.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it. Chief, you can stay up.
Yep.
Next up is Police Chief Swope, parking violation enforcement.
Council Chair.
He's good looking.
I'm gonna let Councilwoman Breyer take this one.
All right. I'd like to recommend a motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council authorize the police department to allow police cadets to issue parking violations within their jurisdiction in accordance with MCL 257.742, MCL 257.675, small letter D, and MCL 257.674 as outlined in 9Q.
Second.
Motion made by Councilwoman Breyer, seconded by Councilman Constant.
Council Chair?
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Council Chair. Chief, so with this one, I got a few calls too from different residents. They're concerned about, so I'm not sure the cadets program, what's the age group for those cadets? And a lot of residents, they were concerned, they're young, they're not police officers, something might happen to them. Are they going to be provided with bulletproof vest, all this stuff? So can you just give a clear picture about this, please?
So our cadets, they graduate, whether they have a GED or they graduate high school, but at the very least, they're 18 years old. Okay, so they're no longer in school. A lot of them are older than 18, but I think we have some cadets that are in their 30s. So it's just any age, right? So what we plan on doing is giving a bunch of training in regards to de-escalation, anti-bias policing, right? Those types of things to where people, these cadets, they understand, hey, we have to treat people fairly. We have to use discretion. We can't target people. If we see the car parked there, it's on body camera, right? It's on the car camera, right? So everything is going to be done appropriately. We're going to have quality assurance checks done on these violations that are issued or warnings or whatever happens at the time. de-escalation is going to be a big part of this, right? So if someone comes out of their house and they're arguing, hey, you can't give me a ticket, they're going to get in their car and they're going to drive away, and they're going to call an officer, or they're just going to mail the ticket to the house where the car is registered to, okay? The car is going to be clearly marked. It's not going to look like a Dearborn Heights Police Department car. I mean, it's going to look like a police car, sort of, but it's going to be different colors, so it's going to be black, and we'll probably have green on there, right? That's sort of like parking. So, and we'll have like a small green and yellow light that sort of flashes to say, hey, I'm not the police, right? Their uniforms are obviously different than ours. So we thought a lot, all the protections that I think will allow this program to be successful and to be safe as well.
I've heard from somebody, is it true that they need to be 21 to write tickets?
No, there's nothing in the law that talks about how old someone has to be.
Nothing in the state law?
No, I was an officer at 19. My son was an officer at 18, and they're, I've been writing tickets ever since. So, yeah, so that's not accurate. But there are things, for one, it has to be approved by the body here. Two is, it has to be, the violations have to be spelled out within those laws, and it talks about, parking violations, all types of different ones. It has to be one of those, right? And ours, trash day parking, is one of those tickets that we could write.
Chief, remember when me and you spoke on this, and briefly, Councilman, if that's okay? Can we, I know like different municipalities will say, if you pay your ticket within the first 24 hours, it's only $30. Like, we don't want to see, look, I don't want to see somebody being parked on the street and saying, hey, they're going to get clipped $200. Like,
yeah, so I spoke with, I think it was Sergeant Campbell the other day on this, and we were talking about, he has a lot of interest in traffic enforcement. So we were talking about trash day parking, and he says that we do, and Roger would probably know this. So he says that we do have something to where if you pay it within the first few days, it is the fine is reduced, because our goal is just to get people not to do it, right? And if it's a necessity where someone has to do it, because they have way too many cars, way too many family members. I mean, I would hope that they would reach out to the police department, and we'll work with them to try and get them to figure out how to stop that from happening, right? Because we come up with all types of stuff.
There are some residents where I've knocked on their doors in the south end, they don't have a driveway. Pure grass. Like, I walk up, it's a sidewalk, and then I go up and it's just, walks up to the front porch. There's no, so like, we have to be mindful of certain things,
Yeah.
Are you gonna allow them, can that car go park at the end of the block where it's a corner where there's no trash bin on?
Yeah, so we're going to have to, unfortunately, we're going to have to follow the law as it is. But with that being said, I would work with residents to make sure that we can make, something's always possible, right? And Roger is going to have to confirm if we have one of those pay schedules. And if not, then I suggest we do a pay schedule to where it's only $30 if you pay in the first 2 days,
Or no, not in the, Dearborn does the first 24 hours, $30.
So these fines have to be approved by council?
Yeah.
They're already, but there's already a fine schedule at the court.
Yes, we have a fine schedule, Council Chair, and one point is the supervisors, and Chief Swope emphasized the supervisors, in relation to what Mr. Wenzel said, are going to be there, close to those cadets, and available for advice on your situation, where if the car is parked, there's no sidewalk, and safety issues, which is one thing we emphasize.
Yeah, and that's great. What's great about our body cameras is if our cadet has, hey, I have a question about something, our supervisor can say, okay, point me to the direction, and he can go live on their camera, and he can see the situation. He can answer the question at any point in time. So that's a good thing. So there's a lot of great things about this program.
Can they write blight tickets?
So I have something for that too, but not tonight.
Council Chair?
Yeah.
A couple things. This is a pretty cool thing in some aspects. My first concern is the vehicles. Where are they going to get the vehicles from?
So we have vehicles. I don't know who's spreading the message about the police department not having vehicles, but we have vehicles because we always keep vehicles because we drive at high speed, so we're always we're getting in wrecks, right? Or the transmissions blow. So we always have enough vehicles. And when you say how many, I don't know. I think we provided a list of vehicles recently to council.
Cadets are going to be doing this?
We probably only have one cadet doing it a day. That's it.
One at a time?
Yep.
And they're part-time or getting paid? Or?
Yep, part-time cadets. Our cadets get paid $17 an hour. It was less than that when I got here, so I know it's low, but it is a good rate for a cadet, especially when you look in the area. We pay our cadets pretty good, and we hire them as police officers, so, but yeah, they get paid.
There was, the council chair brought up an issue, and last Tuesday, garbage day in my area, I got a call from a resident that the police officer was writing tickets and, for trash day parking, and the council chair said, park on the end of the blocks where they don't pick it up. Now, this officer was writing tickets for cars parked there, and he said, hey, he says, it's the ordinance, you can't park on any street, and even though they don't pick up trash on them side streets, it's meant to be easy for the trash collectors and the street sweepers. And when I said that, they just started laughing, but I mean, the street sweepers are out there as much as they can, but in my case, I live on a corner, and all the residents on my block, they come and park right alongside my house. And I pull my car, I have a tiny driveway just for I only fit 2 cars in it, and I put me and my wife's car in the driveway, and they all park there, and we gotta work something out, mate. Hey, we're gonna sweep your street on the first garbage collection day of the month or something, because a lot of people park on it, and he was issuing tickets for people parked on them side streets.
Yeah.
So we gotta work something out.
Yeah, and so here's the deal with that is, with policing, we have to be consistent, right? So if the law says you can't park in the neighborhood, you can't park on these streets, or if you can't park this close to an intersection or to a stop sign or to a crosswalk, we can't say it's okay for this neighborhood or these people to do it, but it's not okay for them, and it's not okay on Tuesdays, but it's okay on Wednesdays. So we have to remain consistent, right? If council or someone wanted to come up with something saying you can park on east-west streets but not north-south streets, but I don't even know how that would work. I think Council Chair Baydoun had a decent idea one time. I think we talked about the north and south thing.
So my idea was on garbage day, and I actually received this I stole this from another municipality. And I think what they do in Northville or Plymouth, it was one of the two, but on odd sides of the road, on one side of the road is all odds. On garbage day, everybody's allowed to park on odd, and all the trash bin goes on the even side. And so if you have to technically park your car, and now that's only if, I don't know if it's like, what if the person on the even side says, well, no, I just want to park my car. So the rule is you have to park, everybody has to put their trash on the odd side, on the even side of the road. If you want to park, you can park on the odd side.
They do that in Canada.
Yeah.
That's what they do in
Now,
Canada.
Council Chair?
Yes.
So why can't we have people apply that don't have driveway for special permits, so the police officers know that they can get tickets, just like Dearborn does?
Special permits?
So if the law doesn't state in any of the MCLs about special permits and allowing people to park in restricted areas, unless, there might be like a handicap parking sign where someone can park there. So I don't think that we'd be able to do that. We'd have to look into Dearborn's ordinance to see if that's possible. And I'm sure, Roger might have some
A lot of homes don't
information.
have driveways, but they have the signs in front of them,
Yeah,
permitted parking.
A lot of homes in Dearborn don't have driveways.
Yeah, that's something we'd have to look at. And I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's something that we'd have to check into.
Ultimately, it's everybody parks on the outside of the road,
Yeah.
if you have to, when all the trash bin goes on the even side.
I think baby steps would be the best way to do it.
Yeah.
Somebody's already parked. Council Chair, in all fairness to this officer, when I went down there, I talked to him, and he was giving warnings to everybody. And he's seen someone out there, he said, hey, you gotta move your vehicle, so one said he actually would knock on doors. I mean, really great officer, and the person that called me, he ended up not even getting a ticket to that guy.
A lot of our officers knock on doors.
In fairness, in the DPW guys that sweep the streets, on garbage day, when all these people park alongside my house, and they come right down the middle of the street, and I don't get my gutters swept. And if they're doing a heck of a job, the DPW guys, and it's not their fault they can't do it because people are parking there. And fortunately they haven't been getting tickets. But I tell people, I said, hey, you're liable for a ticket here. Oh, you're threatening me? No, I'm just under the law, you know. And I call the ordinance, they say that's a police issue, strictly a police issue. So don't call the ordinance department about this. It was referred to the police. And thank you for taking care of that issue with the guardrail.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief. Well, we gotta make a vote here, but any other discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please state aye. Aye. Those opposed? Congratulations, Chief. You're a celebrity tonight. Everything's just flying in colors, huh? There we go. Next up, we have ordinance and resolution 11A. Council Chairman Baydun, resolution regarding seat used by Corporation Council.
Council Chair,
Councilman Saab.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council direct that the seat that has been used by Corporation Council at the City Council's table on the days in the City Council chamber shall not be used by anyone during the City Council meeting unless and until the City Council confirms the appointment of a Corporation Council with the confirmation date taking place after April 15, 2024, the date on which the office of the Corporation Council became vacant pursuant to the City Charter, Section 5.15. C, additionally pursuant to the City Charter, Sections 5.3M and 5.5K. The mayor and the city clerk are directed to remove any placards for the for the Corporation Council and/or for any person who reportedly held or purportedly holds the office unless and until the City Council confirms the appointment of a Corporation Council with a confirmation date taking place after April 15, 2024, further pursuant to the City Charter, Section 5.3M and 5.5K, the mayor and the city clerk are prohibited from inserting any such placards after the removal of the old placards unless and until the City Council confirms the appointment of a Corporation Council with the confirmation date taking place after April 15, 2024, as outlined in 11A.
Motion made by Councilman Saab.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Ahmad. Any discussion? I will start off by this. I know the mayor had said he received something from MMRMA minutes before the meeting started, per usual. We get something last second, you say, hey, well, you know, we just received something from MMRMA, and I believe some residents feel that this is petty. But I'm gonna make it clear to those who believe it were petty or to the mayor, you're not sitting in this seat. You're not sitting in the seat where I'm having to constantly say, Roger, please, Roger, please. You're also not sitting in the chair where the mayor has no damn respect for anybody on here. Because on April 15th, when his position was not approved, the mayor said, well, I don't care. You know, I'm gonna continue to do what I wanna do. I don't care what this body says. And so to me, having to put this forward here, it's like, I don't wanna fight with the mayor. I don't wanna fight with the Corporation Council or the former Corporation Council, Roger Farina. But man, are you making things extremely difficult on us? Like extremely difficult. So I reached out to special legal counsel and I said, please help guide me. And I received this, opinion letter from whoever Roger sent it to me from, right? I can get you 20 opinion letters that say otherwise. And Roger, this is not a petty thing. This is a frustrating thing. At the end of the day, we want to run a seamless council meeting. I don't need to be interrupted, council chair. Just today, without even saying, without the request of the council chair, you just a council chair and continue to speak. I can tell you prior to that, including the mayor, will say council chair and request for permission. And I'm not saying that I'm some tyrant and want to be this torque my own horns type of person, but man, it's got to stop. The amount of disrespect, where I have a council member telling me that, you know what, you feel that Roger can't be tamed, when I'm having things being said to me like, why did you insinuate that this is one of my friends? Is it because he's black? I mean, these are things that are real life that are extremely happening. And I know the councilwoman's staring at me, but I will walk you guys through what happened at last week's study session that I didn't talk about. And what happened at last week's study session, I don't even know if the mayor knows this. But yes.
Can I read the statement?
No, I would like to finish my point on what happened.
When you're ready.
So that everybody can know what actually really happened here.
Council Chair, will I be allowed to respond?
Excuse me?
Will I be allowed to
You'd be more than willing to respond.
Thank you, sir.
We're sitting here in the city council chambers getting ready to go into a closed session. There's an individual who's sitting in here, walks out as we walk out, Roger's shaking his hand and saying hello. I myself, being the nice person that I always like to be and respectful, I see the resident. I say, hey, well, how are you? How you doing? I walk into the closed session. The closed session is over. I walk out of the closed session. We continue on with the study session. At the end of the meeting, Councilman Saab says, who's that individual sitting over there? I said, I have no idea. I believe it's Roger's friend. I saw Roger shaking his hand. Roger walks out, comes back from by the clerk's office. The clerk is sitting right there. And Roger says, did you say that this person, mind you, HR is paying attention. Did you say that this person is my friend? I'm like completely lost. I said, yeah. I said it to Councilman Saab. He said, did you say that because I'm black and he's black? I said, where did you get this information from? Madam Clerk, did that happen? I am completely lost. I go, Roger, I don't know what you're talking about. You did that because he's black and I'm black. I said, Roger, where are you getting this racial thing from? Where are you coming up with that? I want to make something very clear. One, I never insinuated anything because of the color of your skin. I am brown skinned. I am a brown skinned Arab American. I am not here talking about somebody's skin color. But for Roger to come here as the corporation counsel for the city, to think that man right there is going to represent me as the city council chairman, it does not. He does not represent me. I was lost. And then we walked out and he continued to antagonize this situation while the chief of staff was there, the HR director was there, Michelle was there, Sharon was there, and he said, you know, with like the way I talk things, I say to men face to face. I don't know what that means. So I said, Roger, what are you talking about? I said, Roger, and I tapped him. He said, why are you hitting me? That was his response to me. Why are you hitting me? Let me tell you what a hit would have been. It would have been something physical. It would have been me swinging my arm. I tapped him. He said, you hit me. So what's petty? That is petty. What's petty is saying that when Councilman Saab asked me who that individual is, I said, I don't know. Roger was talking to him. I think it's his friend. Roger walks up to me and says, in front of the clerk, are you saying that because we're both black-skinned men? Once again, I am a brown-skinned man, and I am not a racist. And do not try to portray myself, or I think anybody on this council, for being a racist. But what I said to Roger was, like you did in the past, trying to bring up things for lawsuits, don't try to pull that shit. And he said to me, yes, I swore. And what he said to me was, who brought up lawsuits? Why are you talking about lawsuits? So the attorney in him got brought up. I don't feel protected as a city councilman by somebody like that that is treating me. Mind you, let's talk about when I first brought this conversation up. 3 weeks ago, I called Roger and apologized because I felt, not because of this situation, because him and I were having a conversation and I was kind of being a little emotional with him, and I said, Roger, I apologize. But I want you to know, as this conversation happened, the chief of staff watched it, the HR director watched it, Shannon watched it, the clerk's office watched it, the clerk's assistant watched it, and not one thing from the HR director said, hey, councilman, I witnessed that, or hey, I'm going to report this, or I'm going to talk about this. And I'm not asking for anything special, but I want you to know that this happened. This happened to me. This is something that's happened where the clerk at one time felt offended by Roger. There was one point where the councilman has felt offended by Roger. I'm not telling you I dislike Roger, but there's clearly an issue here, and it's not petty. It's something is extremely happening. Now, if MMRMA is telling you that we have an opinion, does MMRMA know the facts? Do they know that the council is not being represented?
Council Chair, please.
Hang on, Mayor. I'm going to let Roger and yourself speak. Trust me, I'm not going to pick up the mic.
I understand.
But I'm going to tell you, these are the facts, Mayor. You weren't here, and I know you're not going to defend me on it, and I don't expect you to, because this isn't the first time somebody from your administration has disrespected myself or somebody from council.
Council Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, I just emailed you this again. As I
You emailed this to me again? When did you email to me the first time?
No, please let me finish. I didn't interrupt you, Council Chair.
You did, actually, Mayor.
No, I said, Council Chair,
Okay.
I asked you for permission.
Go ahead.
Okay, can I go now?
Sure, but you emailed it to me again, as in when did you send it to me?
Okay, please let me clarify. I just emailed it to you again, like I said. I got this email when I was sitting here. Okay, this is from the attorney who's representing us in the federal lawsuit case. It says here, I have reviewed the agenda item provided along with the previous provisions of the charter that the council intends to rely upon in efforts to vacate the seat of the city attorney. None of the charter sections apply to the situation at hand, nor do they provide the council with the ability to vacate a seat or prevent the mayor from allowing the continuance of a position. Further, nothing has recognized the council ability to remove or vacate Mr. Farina from his seat. As mentioned on our call, as I mentioned earlier, I did talk to that attorney because I wanted to make sure, we're not putting the city in a worse situation. She goes, as mentioned on our call, while it may be an empty effort advising that the actions of the council, if this motion were to pass, would be illegal and is far reach outside the scope of their office. This would not only invite litigation, but also more attention on our city that already receives positive attention. Efforts such as this have gotten many cities in trouble in the past, which has led to government oversight of the community along with severe penalties. I would urge the city council to cease with this action. I just wanted to read this, and again, this is from the MMRA attorney that is representing the city as a whole.
Council?
Yes, Roger, go ahead, Roger.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Council Chair. You asked for an opinion, and Don Denault is an attorney that was here before I got here, many years, and worked with the city on numbers of issues, advises us throughout on our water crisis, our FOIA information. In our opinion, after reviewing the city charter and city code, the position of corporation counsel is not subject to a specific term. It is not an officer, quote unquote, who only serves until shortly after an election, and it is not a department head, quote unquote, under the charter. Rather, corporation counsel is the city's legal advisor. Departments provide services to residents. Legal advisors provide services, quote, to the city. The distinction is a significant one because it reflects the reasons why the charter did not create corporation counsel as a department of the city. Instead, the charter simply called for the appointment of a corporation counsel to ensure the mayor and council always have a legal advisor in matters relating to their official duties and the affairs of the city. Now, when you passed and you reviewed this in April, the corporation counsel position, you said that how there was an extension based on Mr. Miyake's advice. 5.13 does not have an expiration in there. The corporation counsel serves at the discretion of the mayor, approved by the city council. The quote that you went to in 5.3 and 5.5, and then 5.15 talks about department heads and commission members. It does not address the corporation counsel as an expiration, and it's been misapplied. And when you use it that way, then you get the problem of saying that you're only for 2 years. I came on as an employee, the first employee for the city of Dearborn Heights as a corporation counsel, not contracted. And when I came on, I had a 90-day probation period. And don't want to talk about my other position as an employee of the city, but I came on in a specific position to hold the title until the mayor says, no, you have to go. Then I have to go. But what has happened is since I started, imagine starting a job where you have someone, the previous one that had your job, working behind you, undermining everything you try to do for the city. Second guessing, going to your people you're advising, telling them contrary things to what you're doing, interfering with your performance of your job description. This is what I've had to live with for 2 years when I've come in here and done nothing but try to give you advice. Now you come forward, Council Chair, and you say that I'm hostile. I didn't raise my voice and I'm not raising my voice, okay? If I was an African-American attorney, there was one individual in this whole city hall that was African-American. And I met him the same time you met him going into closed session. When I come out of session, he asks, where is the meeting over? And someone says, who's that? He must be Roger's friend. That's what you said. So all I did is I addressed you.
No.
I addressed you.
It didn't happen, Roger.
Excuse me, I didn't interrupt you.
Yeah, but you're lying, so
See
I'm
what you
correcting
do?
it.
You interrupt me.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to break the narrative that you told, okay? And I said to you, well, okay, but did you mean anything by it? That's all I said. Now, there's two ways to approach me when someone's bringing something this sensitive to you. The first approach is, the first thing you said was, no, I never said that. Then you said, oh, I said, well, that, I thought he was your friend because he shook your hand. Fine. There's a way to communicate. Don't tell me I'm trying to bring a lawsuit, which you said next.
You did say that. I did say that.
You don't tell me I'm trying to bring a lawsuit. You said it to me.
I did say that.
What are you talking about? Why can't we just talk it out? I bring you a can of this at every meeting, not to insult you. It was something private because I'm reaching out to you. And I said, you know what? We have to break the barriers. We have to be able to talk. I'm setting up a juvenile court that's on its way of taking off at the end. I'm working on, I finished a second OWI ordinance charge. I started a short-term rental ordinance that's finished. I work for the city. I get paid one salary. I don't get the $11,000 a month that Gary had beforehand. I don't get the extra corporation council money. I don't do that. I come here and I work extra hours, sometimes 80 hours a week, sometimes 70 hours a week. You can check my records because I'm out here for the city. When I speak at council and I try advising, you cut me off and you stop me from talking and you take Gary Miyake over me. I'm saying, I have 37 years experience. I've worked with the Attorney General's office. I've worked with Wayne County Corporation Counsel. I've worked with Wayne County Prosecutor's Office. I've had private practice. I've worked in office in Cairo, Dubai, Saudi Arabia. I've worked international. My wife was from the Middle East. The situation that you put me in is something that needs to talk out. I didn't want us to escalate, but you can't talk to you, Mo, without you getting angry and jumping to conclusions and making up narratives. There's dialogue and there's a way to talk. Yeah, it's stupid giving you a can that you like, that you told me you like. It's stupid, I know, but it's between us, and I'm reaching out to you to let you know it's beyond picking assertions and assumptions. We have to figure, when Tom came up here and gave me a hug, and when he said African-American people invented, he didn't know African-American people invented the traffic light, okay? We have African-American citizens in the city. We have a lot of renters are African-American. That's why I said, Tom, today, let's make sure we're fair. We're not singling out people, but we take into consideration. You don't know how many Venezuelans, and my family's partially from Venezuela. My mom's from Venezuela, Caracas, Maracaibo, Margarita. We have more Venezuelans coming into the court now. And I'm aware of it, and I speak Spanish, so that's able to help. We changed the dynamics with Hussein. We have Arab lawyers that are able to reach the citizens and be relatable. We try to change the dynamics. So race is always an issue. We can't bury our head. But we have to handle it civilly. It's not a reason to violate a federal injunction that says you cannot interfere with the Corporation Council performing their duties. That's what you did in April. That's what the council did. And Ms. Miyake can try to get in. They filed a motion last Thursday, the MMRA, to expedite the issues that we all have to wait. And I would say you table this, so you wait till the federal judge makes a decision. I think Zuhair Al-Dahak said go to the circuit court. It's already in federal court. This issue will be litigated. And if you think I'm prejudiced because you're brown skinned, I'm brown skinned. But when someone says something to you, you don't have to get defensive.
Roger, I'm not having this debate with you right now.
You interfere me, and I listen to you. I shut my mouth, and I'm asking you to do the same. It's about maturity. If you say you respect me, respect me. Okay, if you say because of age, I'm 62. I have a lot more scars than you do in life. I worked in 2 different states. Okay, I worked in countries, different countries. I worked with ambassadors. I worked with political leaders, ministers. Okay, I don't just come here and say I work in the municipal law. I just told you I have 3 ordinances that are ready to be approved and looked at by you that we haven't touched before. And I'm doing a restorative justice program with our youth. How many of our middle school kids are on vape and marijuana that we're not dealing with? That I'm saying now we can deal with Judge Turfy and our program. So you can attack me, you can do whatever you want, but you're violating the MMRMA that will jeopardize our coverage, you're violating a federal injunction, and you're putting the citizens of the city at risk.
Thank you, Roger. I'd like to hear from our special legal counsel.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please, I ask that same way we gave you the time to speak, please allow special legal counsel to do the same.
Yeah, and I'll try to do this the quick way, because I'm prepared to go through Mr. Denault's opinion, which I'll just refer to as the 6/24/24 legal opinion or the legal opinion. But I have to tell you that this legal opinion is not persuasive whatsoever. And there are two huge flaws with it. The first flaw is that it fails to actually take into account the pure plain language of Section 5.15 of the Charter, and specifically subsection A and subsection D. And subsection A specifically says, and this is omitted entirely from Mr. Denault's opinion, it says, except as otherwise provided in this charter, all department heads and members of the commissions and boards of this city government, whether the same be established by this charter or by an act of council, shall be appointed by the mayor. The names of such appointees shall be certified in writing to the city clerk on or before the third Monday in April following each regular biannual city election, and at such other times as may be required to fill vacancies or to replace any head of a department or member of a commission or board who shall have been removed from office, provided, however, that the corporation council and the assessor shall be appointed by the mayor, and such appointment shall not be effective until confirmed by a majority of the city council. So there's no way to square the conclusions that have been reached, and frankly, if Ms. Hunt, who's the MMRA attorney, stepped into this area, she's not within the scope of what she's supposed to be doing for the city. It is beyond her scope in terms of what she's supposed to be representing the city on. But regardless, it appears no one has actually paid attention to this clear language, provided, however, that the corporation council and the assessor shall be appointed by the mayor, and such appointment shall not be effective until confirmed by a majority of the council. This provision, subsection A, sets forth a biannual appointment process that is supposed to be followed every 2 years after every biannual election, and it specifically makes reference to the corporation council. There is no interpretation that I can think of this provision that would end up saying that the corporation council serves forever unless the mayor fires him or her. That's just absurd. And that's the main problem with Mr. Denault's opinion. It fails to reconcile this language with his conclusion. The second part of this is that subsection D says, unless a definite term of office is specified in this charter for the head of any department of this city government, such department head or head shall hold office at the discretion of the mayor, provided, however, that no officer shall continue to hold office after the third Monday in April following the regular biannual city election unless he shall be reappointed to a new term. And notice it uses the term officer. It doesn't use the term department head. The term officer is more all-encompassing. Some of you might have remembered this issue having to do with the issues having to do with former President Trump, and the term officer and whether or not it would apply also to the president. The term officer is a very expansive term that does not include normally employees, but can include employees if they are actual officers. Think about it like a federal judge is an officer, a judicial officer, but nonetheless an employee of the federal government. So this is also something that we need to end up paying attention to in terms of the language of this charter provision, in terms of it being officers, because there are examples where, for example, section 511 of the city charter, subsection B, makes it very clear that officers include such positions as the city attorney or corp counsel. Specifically, it says the ordinance, and this is the ordinance for the civil service system, shall contain a provision providing for unclassified service and classified service, and shall exclude all of the following officers and employees from the provisions of the civil service system. To wit, all officers of the city, whether elected or appointed, all part-time employees, all board or commission members appointed directly by the mayor and or council, the city attorney, the city engineer, the city auditor, the city health officer, the city assessor, the comptroller, the fire department chief, the police department chief, and any other head of any department of the city which are now or may hereafter be created, whether specifically mentioned herein or not. So in essence, it uses these terms as equivalents. And the only way you can square the language of Section 5.15A and D with this conclusion that Mr. Denault has come to, it's impossible. I think it's very clear that the position, and any position, any department head position that would be subject to the city charter must end up being reappointed every 2 years, and this council must end up approving the reappointment. And if it does not, the term of office expires. And I would note one other flaw here with respect to this opinion. And this is something where Michigan law, particularly Michigan municipal law, particularly Michigan employment law knowledge, is very helpful. Specifically, Mr. Denault's opinion not only does not square with the city charter and subsections 5.15A and D, it also doesn't square with well-settled law in the state of Michigan that supports the conclusion that the position is vacant. The well-settled law has been stated as follows, and this is from an opinion in 1988 of the Michigan Court of Appeals. Although a contrary law has been taken in some cases, the general rule followed in nearly all jurisdictions now is that the appointment and removal of public officers is a governmental function, and a municipal council cannot engage a public officer by contract for a term extending beyond that of its own members, so as to impair the right of their successors to remove such officer and appoint another in his place. So basically, the general law is, if you are in a position where you are a public officer in this state, unless there's something that specifically says that this rule doesn't apply, the general rule is you get appointed by a city council, and once that city council's term expires, the new city council gets to end up making decisions about who's going to hold that position, and you can't bind them otherwise. As a matter of fact, the decision that I'm referring to dealt with a city manager, and the old city council liked that city manager, and they said, hey, we're going to give you a contract that extends beyond our term, and and the new city council came in and said, yeah, that's nice, but you're out of here. And the Michigan Court of Appeals basically agreed with that position based on the law that I stated. And I should take this opinion, which is from the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit, which is just below the United States Supreme Court for all federal district courts, for all federal lesser tribunals in Michigan, Ohio, Kentucky, and Tennessee. This is from July 29th, 1984. Basically, its holding, which had to do with a township attorney, it held on a couple points. Independent of statute or charter provisions, the hands of successors cannot be tied by contracts relating to governmental matters. It is generally held that independent of statute or charter provisions, the hand of successors cannot be tied by contracts relating to governmental matters. Under Michigan law, it is well settled that the hiring, supervision, discipline, and discharge of a government employee is the exercise of a governmental function. And again, that specifically dealt with a township attorney. So, yeah, Council Chair, if I may.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
You said biannual city election.
Yes.
That is next year. It doesn't apply to 2024. It's
No, the biannual,
2025.
no, biannual city election was in 2023.
That's passed. This is 24.
That's right. But what the charter provides is that after the city biannual election, and remember, elections used to be earlier in the year. They used to be not in November. And we've never updated charter language to basically reflect that. So in essence, we still have to follow the clear legal import, which is the mayor has to, in April, submit a list of all of his appointees to the council through the clerk, and then those appointments are effective except for the corp council and the city assessor. All right? And so, yeah, that would apply under these circumstances. So it's
I still
very
think
clear.
we're teetering with the thought that we could be sued, and I'm not.
Well, I think here's the thing. You know, if there are issues in terms of liability, there's a possibility in terms of closed session. But you should all know, and maybe you don't know, but Mr. Farina has hired counsel or has retained counsel who's made threats of litigation against the city. Okay? That has been clearly communicated.
Can I respond, Council Chair, please? First of all.
Hang on, 1 second, please, Roger. You have something to say, Councilman Saab?
No, just wanted to share my occupation.
Oh, I mean, you know, so this is a fact. So it is a concern. So, but I kind of like look at it as, you know, ultimately, it's going to be your choice how you want to end up dealing with this issue. The issue of whether or not Mr. Farina should sit at the council dais or at the table is kind of a secondary issue to the underlying issue that his term of office has expired. And under those circumstances, I mean, you know, the reasonable thing to end up doing is either, one, there has to end up being something that's worked out between the mayor and the council with respect to this issue, or we're in a position where, you know, we are potentially stuck with litigation. And Mr. Abdelhak had suggested the idea of a lawsuit. And I'm talking about a lot of this more publicly than I might, because I've noticed this pattern, you know, from before I ended up assuming this role, but everything seems to get pushed into closed sessions. The problem is that ends up keeping the public in the dark, cuts down on the transparency, and you as council members don't end up having an idea of whether or not what you're told by the administration in the closed session is actually accurate or truthful. So that can end up being a potential problem. So in this situation, you know, there may indeed be reason to pursue things in terms of litigation, but I'm going to say a little bit more because of the preliminary injunction, which Mr. Farina ended up without authorization from this council body, committing the city to having to pay the salaries of the plaintiffs in the particular case, again, without authorization from you, and you are the deciders of how the money ends up being spent. He had no such authority to end up entering into any such order under the circumstances. He needed to end up coming to you, speaking to you. He could have spoken to you in a closed session and gotten authorization for whether or not the preliminary injunction was going to take place. So now we have a problem, which is that there is a preliminary injunction that specifically has a provision in it that is designed to protect the executive department and has language that's supposed to protect the corporation counsel from any interference with the lawful performance of the duties of the executive department. And to a certain degree, the reason why we've ended up doing certain things is because there have been things that have been done that are unlawful. But, you know, the difficulty becomes, the more complex a matter is, to advise you as a council body to say, let's go to the Attorney General, ask them if they bring a quo warranto action against Mr. Farina and a mandamus action against the mayor with respect to the appointment. And then we can go through what they did in the city of Taylor when Mayor Lamrand was the Taylor, and you can look up the case law with respect to that, where basically the provisions in the city of Dearborn Heights City Charter and the city of Taylor City Charter are very, very, very similar. And essentially what ended up happening is the court ended up ordering the parties to come up with a name, and for the mayor to end up basically coming up with names until they would end up basically coming up with a new city attorney. And that's what ended up happening. Now, all these things could end up potentially happening, and if we wanted to discuss things in more detail, it might be something that should be talked about in a closed session. But I think you need to understand that in this situation, and I think what the public needs to understand is that a lot of things that would otherwise be able to be done, particularly in terms of things that would be clearer, like Mr. Abdelhak suggested, are more difficult to pursue when you end up having the corporation counsel, who's supposed to protect the city, agree to an injunction without authorization from the city council that commits the city to not just pay the plaintiffs and keep them retained, but pay them at a higher rate than was actually in the city budget for that particular time period. The directors paid $27,000 and $27,000 more per year than was authorized by the 23-24 budget, and the then chief being paid more than $20,000. I don't remember the specific amount, but he was supposed to get paid like $104,800 or something like that, and his pay went up to like $126,000. And that was done by the mayor in December of 2023 with agreements that were not approved by your body. So there's a lot of things that have ended up happening, and I've laid out a lot of things here for public consumption, because I think that if you're getting a lot of grief with respect to some of these issues, it might be helpful for people to understand why you are so frustrated with respect to all this stuff, because a lot of things that have ended up being done by this administration against you as counsel are not things that make sense. I mean, hopefully that's helpful, and hopefully you see the legal opinion with respect to this. But I know that there's a lot of frustration among you. There's been a lot of frustration in terms of bullying. There have been people who have ended up having police vehicles, fully marked police vehicles parked outside of their houses, who've made comments at city council meetings where there'd be no basis for these to take place. The city treasurer obviously feels like she's been targeted. The city clerk feels like she's been targeted. And a lot of these things don't get spoken about in city council meetings because everyone is trying to be civil, and whenever these issues get brought up, then somehow or other they are all supposed to be put into a closed session and no one can end up talking about them. So I've surfaced a lot more information, but I think it's important for particularly some of you who have not talked or spoken to me who are on the council to end up hearing some of these things, because, you know, generally my contact has ended up being with the council chair. So some of these things may not have ended up being circulated. So hopefully that helps. But if there are any further questions about any of this stuff, I would be glad to answer them. In terms of, you know, deferring this motion, my sense might be that you could table it, and then maybe Ms. Hunt could explain what she's saying in a confidential email. But I have some serious concerns, because sometimes the information that's been provided is based on information that has been provided to her that hasn't necessarily been accurate. And I think that's the nicest way for me to end up putting it, or the most civil way for me to end up putting it.
Thank you, Gary.
Thank you. Council Chairman.
Thank you.
One short. Okay, go ahead, Roger.
Yes, I would say Mr. Miyake is being investigated by the Grievance Commission because of his actions. Since I've come into the office, I guess the mayor filed a grievance and they are investigating, and they've asked for more specific information. But that is being aside. The thing you have to look at with Ms. Miyake, I didn't get a written response This was filed June 24th of 2004, and I appreciate him getting up and speaking. But the quotations and the legal cases, that's great, but give the opposite side a chance to listen and research your case law, because it's not accurate. And the definition of officers, the charter 5.15 says department heads, commission members. It does not say that how the corporation counsel or assessor, which is mentioned here, terms expire. But what's interesting is, although he's quoting 2024, April 14th or 15th, the corporation counsel or assessor was supposed to file with the city a renewal or get the approval of the council, the assessor had a contract that expired 2025. So if you now interfere with her contract and then review her and say her contract is only 2 years, and you then violate the bargain agreement with the assessor, and you can't go beyond that and say, okay, now it's invalid in 2024. That should have been put in her contract, that it has to be renewed in 2024, and it was not.
Yeah, well,
In fact,
actually,
it
it's
was
wrong.
not put in
Just false.
my agreement, never mentioned anything that my contract expired. 5.13, Corporation Counsel Functions and Duties does not have a clause that says the position expires. It's at the will of the mayor with the approval of council. And he leaves out, when he quotes the assessor, he leaves out the colon, provided, however, which is a reminder to the chapter 5.15A, the chapter that says the duties and functions of corporation counsel is by the mayor and the city council. It's not subject to sending in anything else. And when he says that, how, yes, he's filed the motion to intervene into the federal case. But what he's been doing, according to MMRA, is blocking the council from talking to the attorney from MMRMA. He speaks on behalf of the council.
I need to speak
And
to
it
this.
has not been permitted by the judge in federal court. And even if it is, I can file a motion that, should he be allowed to intervene, that the correct position be stated and given, and that has not been done.
All right, I want to,
I know
thank you, Roger.
you're cutting me off,
And
and I just want to say.
I'm actually want to put this to rest. I'm going to give you a quick 30 seconds, council members, and then I want to hear from Mrs. Hunt. So this is something that I might want to table, but
Just quickly.
I'm going to give you quickly to respond.
Well, one of these things in terms of the Attorney Grievance Commission, this was because the mayor three times tried to end up having them investigate me. In January, and in February, and then in June. And now they basically have sent a request for investigation. Doesn't mean I've done anything wrong. It means that there are allegations. But it also shows that these attempts, because they're all violations of my First Amendment rights, they have to do with comments that I ended up making at the city council meeting with regard to the police department last year. It's actually attached to the request for investigation. That's what we're dealing with here. You know, the mayor actually said that I was interfering with the city by virtue of the comments that I made at the council meeting. Another issue, in terms of the assessor contract, yeah, I wrote it, you know, and basically what it ends up saying in the assessor contract on page 2, notwithstanding any other provision of this agreement, the appointment, approval, and confirmation of the city assessor shall be within the sole and absolute discretion of the mayor and city council. There we go. That was all addressed very, very easily. And in terms of not allowing anyone to have access to the city council members, I think Councilman Saab and Council Chair Beydoun spent a great deal of time here at a meeting having to deal with part of the issues there where Ms. Hunt and her other associate had hours of time with us with respect to that.
3.5 hours to be exact.
Yes, no one was cut off in terms of that, and I've received no communication from MMRMA that there is any sort of problem in terms of our coverage or anything that's in jeopardy. So it may make sense for you to end up tabling this matter until we can find out what Ms. Hunt has to end up saying, but at the same time, Obviously, that's your call. But at the same time, I think she's absolutely wrong in terms of the law. I was asked to give a verbal opinion here, so I worked on this last night and got things together to be able to do this. I have a whole bunch of cases that are here, but I'm trying to end up keeping it short.
Thank you.
Council
Thank you,
Chair.
Gary. Yeah, Mayor. This is the last one.
No, I know, but he obviously,
We're gonna wrap it up.
he mentioned me, so I want to clarify to the council. So yes, I did submit a grievance against Mr. Miyake.
You know what?
Okay, excuse me, excuse me.
Please, point of order.
I mean, my God, he's a disgruntled attorney that, you know, I mean, obviously, everybody knows this. This is not disgruntled. He was let go from the city, okay? We had, again, you know, we had a lot of cases, you know, that we've been having issues for, you know, since he was the attorney for the city. Again, we can go to a closed session, discuss some of the specifics. I don't want to get into it because I did put, finally, when the grievance commission, I did file a grievance against him. Okay.
Council Chair.
Council Chair, please.
No. He keeps using the term grievance. He's using the term
It was a
grievance.
grievance.
It's not a grievance. A grievance is something that's approved. It's not a
It's a
grievance.
grievance. Council Chair, it was a grievance.
It is not a grievance. That's
I
important.
will correct it. Please refrain from calling it a grievance. It's not a grievance.
Council Chair, it was a grievance for the state board. I did file a grievance. It does agree, it says a grievance on the
Thank you.
form I
Okay.
submitted.
All right,
Okay,
guys.
I know what it is. I submitted it. Okay. When they replied back and they asked me for more information, so they did not deny it. They just asked me for more information. So I had to go through.
3 different
for the-
times?
I'm sorry?
3 different times?
No. It was grieved one time. Okay, I grieved Mr. Miyake. They replied back and they wanted more information, more specifics. So what I had to do, I had to go back for about a little over a year of every time he was here that he spoke. So I had to actually put the specifics to everything that he has done, you know, for the city. And again, this is something that I brought up and I did submit again to the state bar or the grievance commission. So I did actually go through every meeting that he was at I think for the last year. I don't have the data in front of me, but that's what happens, and we'll just wait for the grievance
Thank you.
commission to come
I want to
back.
wrap this up. Anything from any other council members?
Council Chair,
Councilman Wanso.
you know, I was leaning toward, you know, voting yes on this, and then I got this information right before the council meeting, I was sitting here, and it referred to the MMRMA statements, and I don't know if they're true or not. But, you know, Roger has done a lot of things as a council chair, corporation counsel, doing other things with his juvenile court and all the other things. But I see your council chair's point of view also, the, you know, the unprofessionalism. And to vote on this right now, I don't want to vote on it if it's something that is brought up and everybody's saying, well, that's not really what's going on. This attorney from MMRA doesn't really know what she's talking about, or she's incorrect. And then we vote on it and say, oh my gosh, we did it, we screwed up, we should have waited to get the opinion on it. And-
Councilman, I'm actually going to table that.
Yeah,
Because I want to
so,
see the opinion letter from MMR.
Okay, and I think, you know, the
Okay,
residents
we're
sat
table.
through this, okay? And to go into a closed session would be unfair to the residents. We should have a study session, and if something's brought up and we have to go into a closed session, talk about it, and I don't know how we can do this, but anything in the closed session that's not vital or personal, we bring it back out here and report to the residents what's going on, because you know, it's unfair for the residents just to sit here and listen to all this, and then we go into closed session and say, okay, we can't talk about anything. This is our, you know, and they need to know all the facts too.
I agree, Councilman. Thank you. So guys, I want to put this to a quick table. If anybody wants to comment on it right before that, I am going to ask Councilman Saab and Councilman Ahmad to refer this back to the administration, only because I want to hear, that does not change my thought process on things.
Not
but-
refer to, just table.
Oh, just to
Your-
table it,
your
I'm
motion.
sorry. I'm just gonna refer it, but Gary, if you wanna give just a wrap up of quick 10 seconds, and then, let's just put this to rest real quick.
Yeah, a grievance is something that actually is processed by the Attorney Grievance Commission, saying that there is cause to end up bringing the complaint. A request for investigation is a request by a party for that. The mayor never, there's been no grievance filed against me There's only a request for investigation, but I'm still here making sure that you're represented because I think it has no merit, and I think it's actually violates my First Amendment rights.
Thank you. Okay.
Council Chair?
Yes, sir.
Just a sentence or two. I think three things. I think the Office of City Attorney, because we haven't approved a city attorney, is vacant. I just think we have to come up with some resolution so we have an acting corporation counsel. We have to come to some agreement because that position is so vital.
I agree.
And
But
have
in
somebody
these
here.
chambers, I'm going to tell you for myself, Councilman, I don't feel represented. I mean, you could probably feel that way, but I myself can tell you as a councilman speaking solely for myself, I can't speak for the rest of you guys, I don't feel like I am represented by a city corporation council. I do not feel that way.
Council Chair?
Yes.
Thank you, Council. I feel the same way. I echo your feelings and your thoughts.
No.
It's her verdict.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Go ahead. I thought you were, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
So I just want to echo whatever you said, Council Chair. Thank you for bringing this forward because I feel the same way. I don't feel like we're being represented here. And myself, I brought the motion forward in April because that's what the charter said. And just to answer Councilwoman Breyer, it needs to be done in 2026 too. So next year there's an election, 2026, there are going to be new council members. So they have to concur with the mayor, with the assessor and the corp council as well at that time. So it's every 2 years whenever there's new council body.
We elect.
Let him finish.
I do thank you for tabling this. I will, probably take the advisement of the special legal counsel. Let's table it, see the email from the MMRA attorney, and we can take it from there.
Thank you. Councilwoman, do you have something?
I agree with that, but
Thank you.
the city election is next year, 25.
Yeah, so new body will be 2026.
And they take off at the beginning of.
Then they have to do the same thing in
26.
April of 2026.
Yeah, but just want you to know, even like Councilman Constant, who has been on this council for quite some time, has also just concurred that on April 15th, that we did not approve a corporation council. And I'm gonna tell you, just from experience, Gary served the city for 25 years. Our Councilman Constant has served as the state representative and has served on the city council for a little over 15 years. I think combined, that's almost 40 years of services. I would say that I'm going to take both of their recommendation, Councilwoman. And based on what they said, I think they both are seeing eye to eye and agreeing to that. But as of that, Councilman Saab, I would ask you to please amend your motion to just.
I wouldn't a second. I just had a few things to say. So, the mayor says that he got this letter when he walked in the meeting. That's a false statement because I know somebody had that opinion earlier today, and I got a call on it too and seen it. From a resident actually. So that's false information. I just want to know why during a meeting we get this information while we're at a meeting.
Mayor, I also did receive that an MMRMA specialist reached out to you, and the resident reached out to me, and I have it in email, my personal email, or I'm sorry, my city email. But yeah, so I just want you to know, you said you got it right before you walked in. I also received the same email, which I just received at 3 o'clock.
Council Chair, did you see the email I sent you a few minutes ago?
I did not. I have
Okay,
not checked
well,
my
look
phone.
at, I sent you an email, and the attorney said, okay, this is at 5:40, she sent me the email. She said after the discussion, which is a few minutes before the meeting, we had the discussion, and she did send the email. I forwarded to you and the council.
Did you have any other
wrote them.
communication with, regarding this issue before 5 o'clock today?
For me, the only conversation I had was right before the meeting, and I did send you that email, you and the council chair.
The email was addressed to Chief of Staff, Council
Yes.
Chair. So Chief of Staff had the conversation.
Yeah, at
with the
5:40.
attorney
I haven't checked my phone, so.
At 5:40.
I mean, we're not gonna go tit for tat here. Councilman Constant, I'm sorry if I interrupted you, Mayor, you all set?
No, I just want to be clarified. I did, like I said, at 5:40, the chief of staff sent me the email at 5:40, and that's when I read it.
So the chief of staff had it?
No. We just received it right today, right before the meeting, because we had the discussion before the meeting, because we were concerned about the litigation, and again, about this item 11A.
Thank you. Councilman Constant, anything else?
Nothing else.
Thank you. Any other council members? Okay, Councilman Saab, can you amend your motion to table this to the following week?
I'll table this to the following week.
All right, Madam Clerk, can you make sure that this is brought back on by the next council meeting?
I second.
All right, motion to table this, seconded by Councilman Ahmad. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries. Mayor, I ask that if you have any other information on this,
I send it to you.
I know, in the future, if you receive anything, please send it to me before a couple of minutes, well, not during a city council meeting.
Well, when she sent it to me at 5:40, council chair, like I said, I sent it to you, look at the timestamp on it.
I know, but I didn't get it at 5:40 either.
No, I just read it during the meeting.
Okay. Next up, we have
When I read it, I forwarded it to you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Council Chair Pro Tem Ahmad, resolution regarding the City Beautiful Commission, reactivation.
Council Chair,
Councilman Ahmad.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council direct the mayor to make appointments to the City Beautiful Commission and to take steps to reactivate the City Beautiful Commission on or before September 10th, 2024, as outlined in 11-B.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Ahmad, seconded by Councilman Saab. Any discussion on this?
Council Chair,
Councilman Ahmad.
as you may know, this commission has been active for some time, for years, I think since probably 2012. And I believe it's essential to revive it, especially in light of our ongoing campaign against blight in the city. The City Beautiful Commission can play a vital role in supporting our efforts to improve the appeal of our city, promote community pride, and enhance our neighborhoods. By reactivating this commission, we can tap into the expertise of community members who are passionate about making our city more beautiful and vibrant place to live. I did reach out to the mayor, and he was willing, and I think he has a process already implementing that to revive all city commissions and boards. And we already have something, I think, on the website that if anybody interested to join any of the city board, they can upload their resume and apply right on the website. So I hope the mayor can go ahead and whether we need an ordinance or I'm not sure about the steps. I'm more than willing to help. And I would ask the mayor, honorable mayor, maybe, I'm really interested in being on this commission. And I think Madam Clerk is interested too, to serve on this commission. So I hope you can make that happen. And thank you, Council Chair.
Thank you. I will just add a couple of things. I swear, maybe a couple of weeks ago, my mother said, you know, she's got a beautiful garden in front of her house. She's got big flowers, big arborvitaes in the backyard. She's got these hydrangeas that are so well cut, and they're about 6-7 feet high, and she's probably got hundreds of them. And she has all her flowers, and we live on a corner house, and she really takes pride in her garden with all the flowers that she puts forward. And I want to say she spends close to maybe, I don't know, maybe $5,000-6,000 every year just on flowers and maintaining and whatnot. And she said, you know, when I first came to Dearborn Heights in 1998, in 2001, and from 2001 to like 2010 or 2011, every year she won a gift card to Antonio's Pizza for having one of the cleanest houses in the city. And so Antonio's used to say, if you know, they basically said, if you maintain your house, we're gonna come by and we're gonna reward you. And my mother won almost every year, every other year, she told me, a free dinner, I think up to $50 at Antonio's Pizza. So maybe these are some initiatives that we can bring back, engage the community. Maybe we could do it during the holidays like Christmas or Eid or Halloween, but not just, you know, during the seasonal summertime. So maybe if you get on the commission and you become head of that, and we can figure that out. Councilman Wenzel.
Yeah, I've mentioned this for the last
Your microphone.
years. I've mentioned this for the last couple of years, and actually I've had some residents that have been working with me a little bit to bring something up. I'm glad you brought it forward. So, I was a City Beautiful Commissioner for like 20 years. And we would go around, we had little Karen Payne, Judy Demko, I mean, we went around, we had summertime awards that we gave out, holiday awards, and we had little cards, and I still do this, and I probably did it to at least probably 50, maybe not 100. When I drive around and I see someone with a really nice landscape, I stop, I give them my card, I say, hey, thank you for keeping Dearborn Heights beautiful. And it was something that we always did, and it just makes the people, you know, here's these houses, bam, 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 you know, normal houses, then you got this one family or something, and they've got a lot of flowers. And I've got a lot of flowers in my house, and I know what it takes to keep these up. You know, you gotta water them constantly, you gotta maintain them, you gotta prune them. So I know when I drive around, I see something, I say, hey, I stop, if they're not out, I'll knock on the door. And the City Beautiful Commission, we went up to someone's house and told them, hey, you know, your holiday decorations are really nice, or your Halloween decorations. We did it all, or your landscaping is really nice. It didn't have to be flowers, it was shrubs all cut. And they said, well, thank you. You know, they really enjoyed being recognized, and it's really valuable to the city to get the city back to where we've got to be, is, you know, making it a nice place to live and recognizing people that take the time and the effort to make it a beautiful place.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this? Councilman, I hope this passes. Good job. I hope you get on.
Well, the chairman.
I don't know if it's gonna happen, but good luck, guys. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the ayes have it, motion carries. guys.
Council Chair?
Yes.
Can we have someone look in to see we already have an ordinance for this?
We don't.
We do not? How do we have it
Did a little
before?
bit of look. I don't know. They
I can
just.
tell you.
Oh, go ahead.
Do you want me to?
Yeah, come on up, Rachel.
I got bylaws.
I did a brief review of the minutes earlier, and I only got through a little bit. But in 1963, in August, which I do have a motion number here, it was, let's see, 63-628, if you need to look it up. August 27, 1963, they established it by means of a motion, city council did. It seems to me, based on just reading that they didn't have to establish an ordinance at that point. And then later in the year, they upped the number of members. There was only 3 members of the commission at that time. In October, they upped it to 5. And then the few that I read in the early ones, it wasn't even the home awards stuff. They were doing things like choosing what the city tree would be, or how the police cars were designed with labels and everything. So it was really about anything to do with how the city looked, like, you know, the logo and things like that. It seems like it was a very expansive commission, but there was never an ordinance that was passed that I could find, at least in a brief overview.
They do have bylaws.
That would be up to you.
It was deactivated before and then reactivated, I think, in 06 or 07, and then it was
Thank
inactive
you,
again
Rachel.
in 12 and 13.
All right. Any other discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the ayes have it, motion carries. All right, next up, we have Police Chief Swope, permanent traffic control device stop sign at the intersection of Powers and Bedford.
Council Chair,
Councilwoman Breyer.
I would like to recommend a motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the placement of 2 stop signs at the intersection of Powers and Bedford and signage notifying drivers at traffic stops in all directions, as outlined in 13A.
Motion made by Councilwoman Breyer, seconded by Councilman Saab. Quickly on this discussion, I want to thank Police Chief Swope. Really, I do. This is for a honorable resident of ours named Bruce. He's been calling me for about 3.5 years. 3.5 years, he's been telling me, I want that stop sign on Powers in Bedford. I want that stop sign on Powers in Bedford. I want that stop sign on Power in Bedford. I swear, I think he calls me once or twice a week. Finally, I gave him, I've asked former chiefs, I think this one as far as back to Chief Mark Myers. And, I brought this up when I sat down with Police Chief Swope, and he said, what can I do, what is it that you need from us? I said, there's one stop sign that I've heard from a resident for the last 3-4 years. And, he said, give me his number. Gave him his number. Bruce called me back and said, he actually referred to him as the sheriff deputy. Said, gave him a call. And he said, I said, yep. And what did he tell you? He said, well, I'm gonna get my damn sign. Here we are. So if this passes today, I'd like to call Bruce tomorrow and say, hey, congratulations. I hope DPW can go out there as soon as possible and get these installed for him. So Chief, my hat goes out to you. Thank you.
Council Chair?
Yes, sir.
That's really nice that the chief got this done. He does stuff like this, he's a good guy.
He's good at this.
And, but, I don't think, we used to have a department that took care of this in the police department. Traffic control, I think, or somebody, but at that time you would call somebody, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And,
I used to go to Doddard.
Doddard, yeah.
Yep.
And I think maybe we should look into having that formed again. I mean, God bless you, Chief, but I think, stop signs, how important, they are very important, but, I mean, you could delegate some things out, you're taking on a lot, we're glad to have you, but, I mean, maybe we should look into traffic division again. Have you thought about it? Yeah, come on up, yeah, because I know traffic division was a hot topic, so. Council Chair, give him 1 minute.
Let's get this is the final stretch.
Yeah.
You'd be the first police chief to go 10 for 10.
Maybe.
So that is something that I want to bring back, not necessarily a traffic division itself, but what I want to bring back is what's called a neighborhood services division. So in that, it's going to be community policing, school resource officers, also traffic enforcement, and also community policing officers. And so that way, I talked about the 4 districts earlier. So District 1 has a speeding problem. We send their traffic officer there. District 4 has a community policing issue. We send the community police officer down there. District 3 has a crime issue. We send the detective there, right? So every district is going to have their own little team of people, and we understand how important traffic control is. And I used to run the traffic bureau in Westland, and I loved the traffic bureau, but I think we can make some improvements on it and do well. So yeah, I have thought about it. It's just a matter of just putting things in place here.
How would it differ from the previous traffic bureau?
Well, to be honest, I don't want to, I don't want to talk negative about anything or anybody, but at the end of the day, I don't think it was as productive as it should have been. Administratively, I think there's a lot of tasks that were being done, but I think in regards to actually going out there and enforcing and making the city safe, I don't think it was quite right. I think we can do a little bit better.
Thank you, Chief. We expect the best for your work.
I think the chief got his daily steps this evening.
Yeah.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the ayes have it, motion carries. Congratulations to Bruce. All right, next up, we have temporary food truck tent cart license renewal applications, Hot Wheels Grill. These names again, funkier and funkier.
Council Chair,
Councilman?
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the temporary food truck tent cart license renewal application for Hot Wheels Grill as outlined in 13-B.
Motion made by Councilman Ahmad. And a second. Motion defeated. I ain't gonna fight it. Madam Clerk, motion defeated. Next up, we have comments from council members.
Council Chair, just a quick comment to the chief. I want to thank him for all the stuff that I've emailed you about these speeders in our neighborhood. Honestly, thank you for taking action on them. And I've been noticing a police vehicle every single day in that neighborhood pulling people over. And whoever that officer or officers is, they're doing a hell of a job. But I appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other council members?
Council Chair.
Councilwoman Breyer.
Okay, well, I spent last Monday at the Inkster City Council meeting. It lasted an hour. And then the mayor had everybody come up and talk. He seemed to know them and what they were going to talk about. That was less than an hour. So it was 2 hours and it was over. And they only had 6 council members. They did tie on something, the mayor breaks the tie. It's a strong mayor situation, but, I mean, we're into our 5th hour now. And I have to get home. I have a handicapped person that needs attention, usually at 10 o'clock.
You want me to minimize the agenda items?
Yes, please. And the other thing is, I'd like to thank Mike McCaffrey and Westwood School District, known as Robichaud, for the lovely book sale, or the lovely bag giveaways they've done recently. I've attended his, and I got this one last week at District, it used to be District 8, it's Westwood Community. And let's go back.
Great job, but we never got an invite.
Well, it was notified that it was there. I didn't get an invite either, but I saw the tents going up, so I went.
I just want to comment real quick on Councilwoman Breyer's comments on our meetings for a lot longer. The administration, I just want you to know, sends over several things over to the clerk's office.
Yeah.
The clerk sends it over for me to approve. If I can tell you right now, the city of Inkster does not have a packet that's has.
No, they don't.
No, they don't. So their meetings, if they went 2 hours, real quick, Councilwoman, I didn't interrupt you when you were speaking. But we have a little over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34 items on this agenda.
Right.
So if you wanted me to.
Plus presentation.
So if you wanted me to trickle that down, I would have to contact the mayor's office and say, get, like the police chief, for example, had 4 or 5,
I understand.
our fire chief had 4 or 5.
What they did was they had a closed session before their meeting, ironed out a lot of those things in advance.
We can't go into a closed session, have those conversations.
All right.
You come up with a consent agenda.
But yeah, I'm sorry, and I agree, I don't want meetings to go that long. Don't forget, we had a 45-minute presentation, a great presentation from our police chief right in the beginning. So that spent, our first 45 minutes to an hour discussing that.
Plus, we're a bigger city, I think, so as well, 20,000 people.
They went through this office.
Council Chair? My only comment is about just 13B, the food truck application. I mean, we had to be honest with you, this is unfair, unprofessional. To have people come, apply, pay the money, do all the stuff, go through the hoop. And we had a study session, and we agreed to have 20 in the city, and we ironed up all the items, and now we're gonna deny people? I mean, this is really unprofessional. I mean, you guys wanted to say something, say it back then at the study session, whatever we agreed on. I mean, not to have a second and an approval is really unprofessional.
I agree. I wanted to do that, but I don't want to be here till 11 o'clock.
I mean, you could have just seconded that, we voted on it, and we move on. But, I mean, to do this every single time, I mean, shame on us. I mean, people are looking at us, this is pity now. Because we spent time, we did a study session, we studied this, we came up with ruling, and, and now we're still pushing people away. And we should have just said from the beginning, we don't want them, and we move on. But that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Can anyone say where this food truck is located?
Councilman, you should have just seconded. We could have taken to discussion and vote on it. Now it's too late.
Right.
And now we're at comment.
Yeah. Any other comments from council members? Seeing none, we're gonna move over to the administration. Comments from the administration.
I'm going to do this real quick. Last week, we didn't get out of here till 2 o'clock, so we're doing really good. It was the election night, though. Okay, that's why I want to thank everyone that participated in the election. Turnout wasn't so good, but we are anticipating the turnout to be a little bit higher in November. I would just want to thank real quick John Zadikian for always reminding me to put the information on social media, and he'll put that on there. Thank you to the building and maintenance crew, and at that time, Mike Blackburn. It was a little more difficult this time because they split the crew, because I think they work Monday through Thursday, some of the building maintenance, and some work Tuesday through Saturday, so they were shorthanded. They had to bring highway in, but they made it work. Early voting took place at the Canfield Center for 9 days prior to the election, starting the second Saturday before. I'm encouraging everyone to go there, okay, in November, because you won't have, well, I hope you don't have long lines, but there's an excellent crew there. You can go, you get issued a ballot, you go and you vote your ballot, you put your ballot through the tabulator. The tabulator gets suspended every night until the Sunday before, then the tabulator comes back to the city, and the results doesn't come out until after 8 o'clock on election night. To our Parks and Rec Department, for hosting or for letting us use the Canfield Center for early voting, and for using it for Election Day. The Berwyn Center we also use there. Also last minute, our EV crew says, why don't we put the early voting information up on all the digital signage that we have. So we were able to put it up at Berwyn, at Eaton, at JFK Library, the police station. So thanks to, I think he was behind me, Michael McCaffrey, for the use of the libraries for that day, and for using the JFK sign. St. Sabina, Dearborn Public Schools, Crestwood School District, Westwood, District 7, we couldn't do it without them hosting at all of our locations. Our crew, Deputy Clerk Flaman, our Council Secretary Georgianne, Sally, our back room, our Deputy Clerk Birchfield, who retired, came back to help us out. Kathy did, yeah. And she's available whenever we need her, so you'll see her through November, well, at least through the November election. A couple things that came out of Prop 2 was pre-processing of the AV ballots, which normally is, it's a long, long day for those guys. They come in at 10, and sometimes we're not out of the AV processing until like 2 or 3 in the morning. Well, we did do pre-processing of AV ballots on Saturday, which we processed about 3,700 from 10 a.m. to probably about 4 o'clock. So that means the crew didn't have to come in until like 4 o'clock on Tuesday.
It was amazing.
Rachel was our new scanner. Nancy is a precinct worker, and I think I had somebody else here that was. Receiving board was there. Treasurer Hicks Clayton does the receiving board for us. All of our workers, 150 plus, those employees that come back and do the receiving boards, there's quite a few that come in and help us out there. Two more things. I did make our last trip down to the county today, because also part of Prop 2 is those that possibly we don't match up their signature, because for the AV ballots, or the envelopes, we check every single signature on the AV ballots that come back. If they don't match, Deputy Clerk Flamont contacts them, and they have to come and cure their signature, or if they forget, because we do have a lot that forget. So those have until 3 days after the election to cure their signature. So as well as move ballots, which are
Hold on, I want to ask you that
cure,
question. Okay, so let's just say somebody doesn't show up.
then we can't process them.
So what if somebody is up by 5 votes and you have 50 that have not been done? And then.
What do you mean the cure? We can't, if we don't have a signature,
But
we
you-
can't
you
tell
can-
it's you.
Okay, I know, but do you guys actually count it on the first day or no?
No, they are not processed. Well, so what happens
You have
is.
3 days to be able to put it in.
So say that it's a week before the election, and they turn in their AV ballot, and they don't sign it. We receive it in the QVF, the qualified voter file, but then we reject the ballot. Okay, so if a voter goes on to michigan.gov/vote, they can look up their ballot, and it will show them that their ballot was rejected. But we do contact them via phone if they leave us a phone number in the qualified voter file. Dana calls them or emails them, and they get something in the mail.
Okay.
So they are thoroughly, so it's very important to make sure you look at your, and sign your ballot. So pre-processing, cure signature, move ballots. Those are electronic ballots that go to those that are overseas or out of the country, Canada. Those, they get 6 days after the election in order to return them to us. And that's it. Thank you for all of we couldn't do it without. I mean, our voting our registered voters are very lucky to have the crews that we have.
Madam Clerk, congratulations to a great staff, and I know it's, we have a little over 100 people that volunteer or work.
150, yeah.
Over 100,
Yes.
150, and so congratulations to each and every single one of them, but also congratulations to you. Being the clerk is actually one of the most difficult positions, I think, across the entire city. And I think it's the most undermining position. You are somebody that has to coordinate every election and ensure that you have 150 people that are willing to work from open to close. I mean, I don't think you understand how talented you have to be.
And Dana.
And you are an extremely talented person, as well as with a talented staff, which allows you to become extremely talented. But really, Madam Clerk, and you know how much I admire you, and I love you, and I respect you, and I want you to know, like, you are a true asset to Dearborn Heights. And I truly mean that, not to be, just to say it to you, like, I'm sincerely about it, like, you are an amazing individual to the city, outside of being the clerk, but your services started here to help making sure when somebody was struck by a vehicle, that's where you started.
Yeah.
And today, you're making sure that, voters can go out and properly be able to vote and have all the resources that they have, and you're doing this because you truly care. You're a true asset, you're a true public servant, so thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Really, congratulations to you.
We couldn't do it without everybody.
Council Chair.
And you as well.
You mentioned the election, and that's just a small part of the year, where all year long she deals with all the licensing and dealing with city council.
100%.
I mean, every day she's had something to do, not just the election, she's.
It's not easy being the clerk or working in the
Probably
clerk's
got more
office.
things on her plate than any other person in City Hall.
It's a phenomenal staff.
You do.
That's what
You
it
really
counts,
do.
yeah.
But, they have a great leader, and a true leader leads from within. So you have a great staff, because a great leader
make sure that everybody around them, not just in your department, but look at the city council. I can tell you unanimously, everybody here loves you. The city loves
Thank
you.
you.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for all that you do. One more round of applause for an amazing city clerk. We feel the same for you, Mr. McCaffrey, I promise.
Hey, how you doing? So this one's a little longer than I've previously done, so just hang in there. So, hello, Council Chair and Mayor. Just want to talk about a couple of items. First off, this Saturday at John F. Kennedy Jr. Library from 2 to 3 p.m., join us in honor of Smokey the Bear's birthday for a Smokey the Bear campout with campfire stories, crafts, and treats for ages 5 to 10, but all are welcome. Children's ages 12 years old and under must be accompanied by a parent or caregiver. Next, it's from 2 to 3 p.m. this Saturday. Yep.
Which library?
At JFK Library. Thank you. Next, Saturday, September 14th from 1 to 4 p.m. at Carolyn Candy Library. Join us for a fun-filled open house designed for the entire family. Sign up for a library card and learn about the extensive services and collections you can access. Try electronic resources like Canopy for streaming movies and Overdrive Libby for downloading ebooks and audiobooks in English, Arabic, and other languages. Enjoy refreshments, children's activities, inflatables, and a free raffle. Family entertainer Cameron Zavara will perform a comedy magic show at 2 p.m. If you want to be a community partner and help with community literacy, please contact Lynn Breyer-Skazalski, supervising librarian at 313-791-3824. Finally, I would like to thank all the sponsors who contributed to our backpack giveaway last Thursday, August 3rd. Last Saturday, August, I don't know why I have Thursday. So we assisted over 150 families with school supplies. It could not have been possible without our community partners. Those partners included Quartz Collision, John Zadikian, Bill Smith, Dinoland, employees Sandy, Philomena, and AJ, the Dearborn Heights Fire Department Union, Building Department, Tracy Orsargas, Michelle Payne, City Clerk Lynn Senia, Nancy Breyer, Debbie Kozer, and Bill Dishroon. So thanks for your time, everyone, and see you at the library. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks for all you do.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. Just real quick, as you know, it's tax time. We're coming towards the end. We want to thank all of our residents that have come in, have mailed, or however they've made their payments. We appreciate that. As well as I want to thank our Treasury staff, because they have gone above and beyond with serving the residents. We want to remind everyone, we're running 3 lines. We have the 2 at the window and 1 auxiliary line for payments out in the hall. So you'll see us out there processing your payments to get people moving along. You can pay online at a kiosk throughout the community. You can either phone in your payment, drop boxes, mail in by USPS, or in person. And also at Dearborn Federal Savings Bank, you can make tax payments. As a reminder, thanks to the council body, the tax deadline has been extended to August 29th. So we just want to remind people, we do get a lot of calls, but call us anytime. We do answer our phones, and that number is 313-791-3410. Thank you.
Madam Treasurer, one more.
Council Chair? When you finish it.
No, go ahead, you're all set. Go ahead.
Just the 3 now. So we finished the short-term rental ordinance. I just have to see if it goes to planning or to us first for review. That's there with the Airbnbs. We were adding a second OWI offense ordinance to deal, third time it becomes a felony, but officers needed something to cover that gap, which we're putting in. And then I met with the superintendent, the new superintendent in D7 and in Crestwood on our justice. We're calling it restorative justice. That's our program for our juveniles. And if you guys are not aware, our juvenile middle school kids, between vaping with marijuana in it, the suspensions are up. The high school kids, the truancy, the fighting, each district has given me the numbers. So it's definitely a need in our city, and we're addressing it. But like I said, we're working on the consequences. Dearborn used to have, like, some of the kids would work with DPW, plumbing, doing training skills. So other than punishing them and putting high costs on the family, we want to be able to put programs that will help the kids learn and move forward. Some of them will be working with blight programs we have in the city. We want the parents involved, so I'm just giving you a heads up. We're looking at the end of September as a target date. But I said, what is scary is the amount of vaping that's going in our middle school and the amount of marijuana in the vaping. And we're looking at certain businesses that have been selling to the kids as well.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you so much, Roger.
Any more comments?
Any more announcements? Seeing none, we'll go take it over to in person. I know you requested for an additional minute.
I'm not sure if I'll need it, but we'll see. Rachel LaPointe, Merrick Street, Dearborn Heights. A couple little things. First, the election. I'd like to thank Lynn. Working the election is the highlight of my year, I feel like. I look forward to working those elections all the time. I never want to run for office because I like working the elections, but if I need to, I guess I'll have to do that. But that's a future Rachel problem. Really quickly jumped on the city website to see the commission interest form that the mayor mentioned. I love it. I think it's great. One slight problem, somebody needs to let the IT director know that the CAPTCHA thing is broken and you actually can't submit the form. So he just needs to fix it. I'm sure it's super easy, but sometimes you miss those things. Somebody's got to tell you. Roger, I had a question for Roger, if I may. You mentioned you have a contract with the city, I believe, earlier. Is that correct?
Well, no, it's not a written contract, no. But I was on a 90-day probation period.
I thought you said you had an agreement, though, earlier.
Yeah, it was a verbal agreement when I was, yes.
Okay, so you
Explain
just
to
have
me
a
what I
verbal
was.
agreement?
I
There's
believe
no
so.
employment contract?
I signed some papers. I don't think there's a full employment contract. I don't think so.
Okay, so you just signed like
As
W
an
whatevers
employee
or whatever there?
contract, yeah.
Okay. All right, I was confused when you said that earlier because I actually had sent in a FOIA and got it back today that they said that you did it. So I was just really confused and wasn't sure if like it was just a mistranslation or miscommunication. I didn't hear you right, so.
No, not a formal contract that way, but there was probationary period and conditions on it, so.
Okay, thank you so much for the clarification. I appreciate that. And then the last question I actually have is for Mo. Or anyone on city council, if any of you would like to answer this. I'm curious how many times you've reached out to Margaret for updates on the Public Safety Committee? That you reached out to her, she didn't reach out to you first?
Margaret?
Or any member of the committee?
I will say, no, Margaret has reached out to me. I think I've reached out to her once or twice. I think after you spoke with, yeah, and then I believe I've also, when you met with Kinesic, I asked you, how did that end up going? So I'd say twice, I'd say, but.
Yeah, because nobody's ever reached out to me. Nobody's ever asked about it. I will say that, like, summer vacation, right, we're all kind of tired. We all need that break. I'm glad to see the grant getting done. I think that that's a vital first step for just the process to get funding for actually making the real repairs we need. I'm disappointed that all of you don't seem to care. You got the committee going. It feels like you used us in your argument with the mayor. And I'm just going to put it that way.
Council chairs.
Have a good night.
I talked to Margaret when you met with the chief, and I had conversations with her, and she said that she would update me if anything else happened.
Thank you, thank you.
Point well taken, Rachel, thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. I mean, it doesn't go without said, Rachel does a lot for our city. You know, I don't need to sit here and tell you all this. I mean, Rachel is at the forefront, and so, but I would also say that, Margaret, who's on the commission, and the only one on the commission that has also reached out to me as the council chair at the capacity of the commission.
That was our agreement since she's the head of it.
Okay, great. So I hope that I was able to answer your question that I have multiple times reached out to her on this, and she has reached out to me as well on this. I know she's over-communicated several times.
Oh, yeah.
Margaret.
I know Margaret has.
Yeah, and then we also had a meeting here, and I think you were here as well, a couple of months ago. Thank you. I just want to set it clear.
Me and Margaret have talked several times.
Yeah. I don't want to make this into anything negative, and I don't think none of this was in spite of the mayor, so I just want to make that clear. I hope that this was able to clear up the statement that you made, because clearly there's communication, and you have just told us now that you've directed her to speak to us, and there's been communication.
It was in the thing that Tom, yeah. I've talked, you're welcome.
That was always the standard.
Right,
that we had.
right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Margaret King, Mayfair Street, Dearborn Heights. we all know I've been here fighting for the public safety, for the safety of our children. It's very discouraging. Just, I've asked for simple things to be done and nothing's being done. And I think that's where Rachel's coming from, is we've put the committee together. I've had conversations with Chief Swope. I've had conversations with, everybody, a good chunk of you guys on the board or on the council. It's just aggravating, and it's just discouraging, because these are our children, for crying out loud, that we want to do. I came up with, Chief Swope and I, and we all have come up with ideas, and nothing is being implemented. I don't know how much more I need to voice my opinion for something to be done. I've driven to Gibraltar, and they had a little sign attached to the stop sign that just said 15 miles per hour school zone. Something like that, I could go and get at Home Depot and chain it to the stop sign. Just something needs to be done. The back and forth and the disrespect that happens in this room on these city council meetings, I've never spoken on this, but it is embarrassing. We all need to get along, and we all need to get along for the benefit of our residents, that each and one of you guys sitting up there are serving us as residents. And I don't feel like I'm being served when I'm sitting here for 5 hours and it's going back and forth. I've watched Waterfords. Nancy Breyer had mentioned Inksters. I've watched Waterfords. I've watched Monroe counties. An hour or 30 minutes is their city council meetings, or township meetings, because Waterford is a township. And I just feel like what's being done for us when I'm here on my own time, because I love the city that I reside in, and nothing's being done but back and forth and the disrespect. And as for somebody that serves us, it needs to change. Thank you.
Council Chair, just a quick comment to Margaret. Margaret, unfortunately, I wish I could put signs up on every stop sign or anything, but I can't. When the engineer came here and said they needed a study, and we approved it and all that, and we're waiting on them, that's unfortunate. You can't go mess with traffic signs or traffic signals or put signs, please. That's outside of the capacity of the council. That's studies and engineers that need to do that. And you're right, anybody can go buy a sign and stick it up. But you legally can't do that. You just can't put up signs or.
I'm getting in trouble for it.
So Tom, you can't do it. And that's why we started the commission. You guys met with Mr. Deeb. He said we need a consulting firm to come out and do a study and do that, and he would get back to you, not even to us. And anything that would come for us for public safety, we would approve. But you can't approve something that's outside our capacity. Mo just talking about stop signs for a resident. It took them 3 years and they had to go to the police department. It's not something we can approve. But we're still waiting again on the administration. Anything we pass and do, it has to go through a consulting firm. You have to do a study and everything to pass, and I agree. It's been 3 years, and I've sat with you right where you're sitting all the time and fighting and arguing with them. It's frustrating.
Can I tell you something?
Absolutely.
I got discouraged when I went to a skate park, and a gentleman was hit and killed by a hit and run, and lost his life, and they built a skate park. It was done in 2000, it was done this year. He lost his life, but it was already done. It was already built. It was open up to the public.
Where's Joey's skate park, guys?
Joey didn't, he likes skate, but do you see my frustration?
Point of order, please.
Hassan, do you see my frustration?
No, I'm frustrated with you.
Okay.
And
Don't make excuses, guys.
I can't apologize on something that we pass and do and the administration does not do. When we pass the ball to the administration and they tell us that they gotta get studies for these traffic studies, that's something outside of this council's scope. That's unfortunate.
Where do I go next? Who do I go to?
So we set up this commission for these meetings to happen, for progress to happen, for us to move something forward and get something done.
I've gotten stonewalled. I don't know what else to do and where to go.
Well, you're just saying this. I haven't seen you. You haven't reached out to me and told me this. You haven't emailed us. They haven't sent us nothing about the traffic study. We're talking about paint earlier. We've been discussing the paint issue and striping for 2 years, and they still can't get the machine.
I don't know what to do. I've talked to you. I've had these meetings. I've done what I needed to do.
You have.
Above and beyond.
So, at this point in time, I'm sick of it. A child lost life. I don't know what else to say. I don't know what else to
Child getting
do.
injured, it's one too many injuries and one.
Exactly.
it's one
Other
too
children
many child.
have gotten hit.
I'm
And
not disputing that with you, but you,
I know.
unfortunately, I mean, these are questions for
we'll
the
talk.
administration to
We'll set up
answer.
a meeting and we will talk.
Absolutely.
And next city council meeting, I'll come up here with what we've discussed so that way the public will know and there's transparency.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mrs. King.
No, I got skipped on announcements, I can do it in a minute.
I mean, I'm gonna let Mr. Owen, I think, has had his hand up.
Yeah, he's been there for an hour.
There he is. Mention his name and there he is.
Hey, what am I doing? I'm back. The door was locked.
Add an extra minute.
Yeah, I got an extra minute.
Hold on, sir. Please state your name, the city name, and the street that you're from.
Hassan Ayun. I just wanted to tell Chief Swope, good job on today's announcement. And for the lady over here, you guys, she's been coming here for a long time. How come you guys haven't reached out to Wayne County? Wayne County can do it. Speed bumps, all you gotta do is put asphalt. You ever see it go to Detroit? They got asphalt. That's what they do, put asphalt. Did you guys know that? No, how come you guys never done nothing?
Can't plow around it.
Yeah, but Detroit does. Oh, yeah, they plow. Trust me. With Mayor Duggan's new agenda, they plow. But you want speed bumps? By the schools, they should have it. I don't understand why you don't have it.
There was a Joey Smith initiative that was put forward, including speed humps around schools and.
No, just around the school area.
Yeah.
It should be speed bumps. A lot of people speed through that area. There should be one speed bump, and the guy that does the snow should know that in that area there's a speed bump. And Roger, just to let you know, when you guys were sitting there saying grievance, I've done over hundreds of grievances. If you don't sit there and violate the Michigan court rules, that grievance will be tossed out like it's no tomorrow. He was sitting on this podium. On what basis did he violate the Michigan court rules? When he's speaking as a resident, you can't violate the Michigan court rules. So that grievance is walked away with the water. And I don't understand the fighting. It's very toxic. But you know what it is? It's not the fighting. You guys are fighting for the residents. I understand. And I like this kind of council that sits there and argues for the residents. You're not doing it for your benefit. You can approve everything and say, hey, approve, approve, approve. And the whole meeting will take not even an hour. But when the city councilors are fighting for the residents, that's the best thing you guys can do. You guys are doing a great job.
Right.
And, you know, Swope is doing a better job than you, but, you know, it is what it is. No, the police are doing very good. You got a stop sign. I came down here just to see, you know. I got a stop sign. Seriously? Mobile, when do you go get a stop sign?
That's actually one of my requests.
Okay, your request, you got that light on Ford Road. Go help that lady over here. She's been coming here for a long time. You know how to do it. All you got to do is call Wayne County.
I want you to know that we passed an initiative called the Joey Smith Initiative, which was
I know you did.
$1 million this. And it says, if you read that.
I read it.
It was by date and time before this new school year, or I think it was last year's school year, right?
What's the holdup then?
We passed it, the administration's supposed to
Bro,
follow the
you
law.
could call Wayne County. They could come and do a study. Is it MDOT?
Yeah, but those are not that streets.
But what kind of streets are they?
City streets.
Okay, then who's the person?
City.
Okay, bring the guy here, put it on the agenda next time. Bring it here. Hey, what'd you do with this? Where are we going forward with this? If you don't push, they're going to be lazy about it.
Every meeting.
I know she does. It's very exhausting. She comes here every time. Don't you guys understand what she's going through? Maybe if you do something for her son, maybe she, you know, huh? Oh, I'm sorry. Well, if you do something for her, like her son, you guys will sit here and maybe she'll feel better about herself. But every time she comes here and she fights and fights, and bro, if that was me, I couldn't even I don't know what to do. So, please, Mo Baydun, I'm gonna tell you, Mr. Mo Baydun, please address the issue for this young lady, so it won't keep coming here and coming and coming and coming. It's understandable. You guys are fighting for the residents. You passed the bill, and the bill said exactly that the city council, everything has to come in front of city council, and it hasn't been coming in front of city council. That's the problem. People don't understand what's going on. You're not fighting for yourself, you're fighting for Trump. Have a nice.
Anyone else on Zoom? I think Councilwoman Breyer, you said you had a statement?
Yeah, the Ecorse Creek meeting is on August 28th, Wednesday, at 6 PM. The South Dearborn Heights Civic Association with Aaron Burns as our speaker this month is on Tuesday, August 22, because the 4th of the months are weird. And everybody, please come to the chili cook-off that the fire department puts on in September.
Thank you. Any other announcements, or anybody else on Zoom or in person? Hearing none, can we get a motion to adjourn?
Motion adjourned.
Motion to adjourn by Councilman Saab, seconded by Councilman Ahmad. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
You should have to take roll call. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries. Thank you.